I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing today? There are no wrong answers. We are continuing through a lot of energetic intensity in relationality to working through this Capricorn season. And the reason that this Capricorn season may be feeling a little bit more intense than others that we previously experienced is working through the fact that not only are we going through that Capricorn energy, but we also have Jupiter retrograding in Cancer in combination with Uranus retrograding in Taurus. Now, what can that effectively bring out to a certain extent? Capricorn energy is often the energy that helps us in the space of hard work, right? It's a lot of I like to describe it like it's that head down energy. It's working really hard in the space of effectively identifying and recognizing what it is that one is trying to put one's heart into. Now, the hard part about going through this energy with the planets the way that they are is the combination force. And this is why it was easier. It was actually easier to a certain extent when we had all of the planets in retrograde. Because when all the planets were in retrograde, Jupiter and Uranus being in retrograde, there wasn't so much pressure. And that's what this energy is. I want to describe it like that's what I kind of describe Jupiter retrograding in Cancer with Uranus in retrograding in Taurus. It feels like performance pressure, right? It can feel like a lot of that intensity in relationality to the feeling of things picking up around the self, but getting frustrated in terms of the relationality to where one is and the progress that one feels like one is making. I am here to remind you, if you're going through that right now, that it is literally the vibe. That modality or experience or working through that feeling right now, it is literally the energy that we're moving through. So it's okay, and this is what we have to understand. It's okay to build into the context of understanding and recognizing what it is that you're trying to do in a better way, right? The refinement that allows one to be able to energetically perfect something. But what we want to be conscientious about in this type of energy is understanding the refinement that almost allows the modality of smoothness versus the feeling of like beating yourself up in a way that feels overly disproportional, particularly and especially as it relates to the intensity by which you navigate experiences. This was being amplified. This was being additionally amplified with the fact that we had Venus that was sitting between Mercury behind it and Mars before it. It's almost like it was a doubling up of that energy, which is why we potentially may have felt a lot of that intensity over the last few days. Now, the positive that we're seeing is that Venus is starting to move out of that little cluster that it was in. It's moving in front of Mars right now, which can make it, which can create the feeling of allowing for the sense of compassion to return back to the self. But I want to kind of keep on reminding you of this right now, even as we go through it, because the space, and the way I'll help you with this right now is the way that we track progress. And right, it's a conversation about the healthiness of looking at the past, right? The past is healthy in the modality by which we utilize it to recognize how far we've come. But often when we look too far into the future, it feels like we haven't even begun, right? And that is effectively the vibe that we're working through right now. Charting, utilizing the pathwork of the past to amplify and fortify the energetic direction, particularly and especially in circumstances or situations by which you may feel like you're in a rut. Because the thing about it right now, and we're starting to it potentially is going to feel a little bit easier given the fact that Venus is no longer in that position, but that rut energy is still there to a certain extent, right? We're still going to continue to feel that to us. Like we're going to continue to feel that as long as Jupiter is in retrograde with Uranus that was pulled back into Taurus, right? The frustration that we feel in the self in relationality to our own speed of transformation. Now, this is having a big impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. We also see that during this time right now, this is the culmination of a lot of those moon relationships, recognizing that those moon relationships were the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde, right? When it first stationed retrograde, which is over this summer, up until the present. Now, these moon relationships, the main priority of the relationships, they're coming together during that lesson that helps us understand and working towards the knowledge of the self, the understanding and the recognition that the knowledge of the self is one of the greatest gifts that we can bring to partnership. Because what happens in the context of knowing ourselves, we understand what our energetic standards are, and that ability of applying those standards to circumstances or situations allow us the context in terms of being energetically proportional in being able to identify and recognize what a situation needs in order to effectively facilitate healthy healing towards it. It's a combination of the two other relationship cycles that we saw were happening prior to this one. The combination of the temperance relationships that prioritize everything is possible so long as the work is mutual, in combination with those magician relationships that said understanding and coming into the authenticity of the self acts as a beacon to allow healthy partner to be able to energetically find the self. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, that proportionality, or being able to take that proportional position in terms of identifying and recognizing what is needed in situations and circumstances, we see that there's a lot of that. And there's three different modalities that are effectively happening right now for the energy that is working in solitude at this time. These are either individuals who have been going through a period of potential hermitude or working on the self with the understanding that being focused and centered in the self is not energetically selfish, right? The difference in understanding or clarifying between self-centered and centered in self is the understanding of not the self-centeredness is the space by which you look at the world like a delivery system, right? The modality by which you look at the world and you feel an energetic need, and then you get angry in the fact that the need isn't being received. While as centered in self is being able to understand one's part in a unifying whole. And the more that we're able to identify and recognize that, building into the context of empathy allows us to effectively be able to determine what is effectively needed to be brought forth in a situation versus something that we're working on internally. So for a lot of the relationships or situations that see that, they are becoming, this is either energy in solitude that is identifying and working on the self, recognizing that that is the work that they're doing, not only for the self, but for the healthy counterpart connection that they're hoping to see. Because when we understand ourselves, we're able to see counterpart, ideal counterpart more clearly, while also the relationships that are moving deeper into energetic connection are being facilitated in relationality to feeling that sense of peace that they give to each other. And they understand that that peace is not something that's just found, it's something that is energetically made between them. Now, this brings us to those temperance relationships. And the temperance relationships were coming together between the time of Uranus in retrograde that we had this fall up until the solstice period that occurred this summer. I have to say that every time I was reading for this energy, the weight of Venus being tucked between Mercury behind it and Mars before it, like I mentioned, it's not like we were going through a Venus in retrograde cycle, but the energy felt very proximate to one. And the reason that we see that the energy was feeling proximate to one is it was a reflection. It was an intensification of a lot of the work that we see that was already happening with Jupiter in retrograde and Uranus retrograding in Taurus, which is the understanding of where you aspire to be, but not feeling like something is happening energetically fast enough. So for a lot of those relationships or experiences, that ability to be able to effectively articulate upon, right, the clear counterpart connection that helps one see something with a sense of proportionality. This is the gift of the healthy counterpart, because when we're feeling hard on ourselves, it's a reminder that we have to hold ourselves gently as we're moving through our journeys. While we have here for the magician relationships, and those magician relationships were the ones that were coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. A lot of the energy that we see that was potentially occurring during this time, there's a lot, it's very potentially difficult for energy that's going through these magician lessons right now, because for a lot of those relationships, it feels like a maturation process. The recognition or the identification that is effectively occurring as it relates to working through the context, that when we build into healthy counterpart connection, that should be a modality of celebration. And often the space by which we recognize or we feel that amplification of joy, this is often what we see in maturation cycles, the frustration or the sadness in another who doesn't seem that they have the ability to carry the joy as we carry it ourselves. But we see that for a lot of those relationships, feeling fortified or feeling like strong within counterpart connection, continuing a lot of the work that we see in the temperance relationships, they recognize that they're in a healthy space because they're very energetically eager to talk about what is potentially going on. But it's the understanding and the continuation of the lesson that while we can always be in the position by which we welcome a healthy conversation, we can't chase after a healthy conversation, because chasing after a healthy conversation becomes an uncomfortable confrontation. So we see that for a lot of those situations and relationships, they're proceeding forward with a sense of energetic resilience and stability, healing from situations by which they may feel like they're navigating another person's unreasonable harm, but working into the space of empathy in relationality to not allowing the context of another person operating quixotically to affect them if they have clarity of intention. And not only clarity of intention, but talking towards that clarity of intention with a sense of proportionality as it relates to where it is that they're going. And this may even be a time for a lot of those magician relationships in making new energetic connections that feel supportive of that work that they're doing within counterpart connection. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that we'll be hosting this August. I would like to invite you to join me. We will be traveling to Italy, the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered, to learn more about the cards in the context of the culture that allowed the tarot to grow and thrive. Everyone that participates in that retreat will not only be receiving one-on-one education by me, but will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize that work to the best of your intentions moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes is make them accessible. So you'll be able to, don't worry at all about what your own level of or understanding of the tarot is. I guarantee that you will be welcome there. I also would like to encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which will be happening this Thursday. I'd invite you to join me over on the Stack, where we will be having an exploration on the World card, the final card in the Major Arcana. Anyone who is a monthly subscriber to my Stack will have access to that class. And your monthly subscription to that class will not only grant you live attendance to the class, but you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. And you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me, where you can ask me any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, but you will also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. And you'll also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me to be able to assess where you are and to help you on your own tarot journey. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will let you know energetically what we've been seeing in the cards. I just wrote one recently on that full moon that we just navigated. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay consistent on your personal journey at a discount. And I'm very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open, and if you get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. Happy to give you insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you doing today, Nubia? Welcome, Elizabeth. How are you doing, DS? And Carol, thank you for joining us. Stefano. Joanna, thank you for joining us as well. How are you doing today, Jen? Rainbow, good to see you, dear. You are on the list for today, and thank you for those gifts. Thank you for recharging your heart meat. Please remember, my friends, if you would like to have a free animal spirit guide card on top of your 1-card reading, just make sure that you're recharging your heart meat, and you will also have that card as well. Mo, thank you as well. Good to see you, dear. And PT, welcome. Grand Rising Avatar. How are you doing today, Afsana? I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. We're about to get started on a complimentary reading, but if you get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. And Rainbow, good to see you, dear. And Mark, thank you for the follow as well. How are you doing today? Ivana, thank you for those beautiful gifts. I've got you on the list as well today, dear. Welcome. And Yazzie, a reminder to everyone to be there for each other in these trying times. I love you for just existing. I'm going to pin up them here, guys. Make sure to give them, guys, make sure that you hold on to that message. And Jen, thank you for the follow as well. Grand Rising Susie, thank you for those beautiful gifts. I appreciate you. How are you doing today, Tina? Yavana, Grand Rising, dear. And Ella, good to see you as well today. Thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. As I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the fourth person read for, but we will be starting that complimentary reading for the collective right now. We're also doing 2 giveaways at this moment. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. We are already at 1.5K. The other giveaway that we'll be doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The current person in the lead for that right now is Susie with 704. Susie, thank you so much for those generous gifts. How are you doing today? Oh, I did not realize that's where you were, Rainbow. I'm sending you even more support right now. And Phoenix, Grand Rising. I'm glad to hear you're having a slow morning. I feel like every time you reach out to us, you're on the road. Sending you so much support, dear. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. But if you want to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the fourth person read for. And also, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to be here to receive this live is here to receive it. That said, before we get started today, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to draw a card. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. You cannot say mammal. Do you know how many? You guys are driving me nuts with this. You can't say bird. You can't say mammal. Come on, you guys. Let's just focus. Got to focus more. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started today. If you are also on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the name and date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we, and thank you so much, Sweet, for the follow as well. And again, as I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the fourth person read for. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, past life, dream interpretation, mediumship, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic mind, body, spirit, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Good to see you this morning, Bridget. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. And welcome, Alchemy. Thank you for joining us as well over on the place where we keep the videos and photos. Please remember, if you're joining us on those apps as well, you can also get on the list today via our tree that has Binks in it in the Lio. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Grand Rising, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update for today, Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 3 cards in our first 3 cards in the headspace of masculine right now? We are starting with the 10 of Cups in its reversal. We've got the Ace of Swords in its upright. And we also have the Tower card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we are seeing in relationality to the headspace of masculine, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. A lot of the work that we energetically see that is happening right now for masculine is working through, I keep on hearing a lot of this is working through that Jupiter in retrograde that is happening in Cancer. It is a continuation space on working on defining what is healthy ego. And here's the thing about it. We're going to keep on talking about this every time that we're reading into it. the space by which we understand that the proportionality of the way that we maintain a healthy ego is the space by which we're always pushing back against it, right? The modality by which we recognize that we're always pushing back against it to a certain extent, because it's the understanding, right? The modality by which we work through the ego is the understanding that the ego, like everything that we receive, is a gift. Every single thing that we arrive here with is a gift. And even though we get frustrated at our ego, the modality by which we understand that a healthy ego is a protection point of the soul, right? It's the outer layer. It's like the outer layer of the nucleus that is our soul. Then we look at it in a way that we identify and recognize, and we keep up with it in a way that feels like it's energetically empowering and sustainable to the self, right? And what is the nice thing about a healthy ego? A healthy ego is something that is flexible and breathable, right? It doesn't feel like you get constrained in holding the form of it, but it feels like it is energetically adaptive to the self. And this is what I keep on seeing as healing right now for masculine energy. It's removing the false premise that makes one feel the sense of having to effectively arrive into the space of being the self. Because the modality by which, and this is what we often recognize, when we feel like we need to arrive into the proportionality of the self, then once we receive into it, we often feel that energetic fracture point. We feel those modalities or experiences by which we feel like we ourselves cannot energetically contain ourselves. So the modality by which we work through that is the comfortability, right? The comfortability that we find in recognizing and understanding ourselves. And this is the important thing about understanding ourselves, and this is why that is so important. Sometimes when we're working to understand ourselves, there are things within there that we don't necessarily like, right? There are things in there that we don't energetically recognize. But the modality by which we work to understand and recognize what it is that we aspire for, what it is that we're trying to do in a better way, this is working into, I keep on hearing, the modality of energetically aspiring to be the person that we aspire to be, rather than feeling the necessary need to fit the form in relationality to what another person articulates is the modality by which we arrive to. And I keep on getting that this is why this work right now is so difficult for those that are effectively articulating upon it, because to a certain extent, and this is why we have to kind of build into the empathy for energy that's doing this work, the ability of having to come into the sense of feeling, the space of feeling supportive and strong in who we are, is working on healing the trauma that made us feel like there was something energetically wrong with us in the first place that had to be energetically healed. The modality by which we effectively arrive to that point is heavy, right? It's heavy, and I feel like there's something beautiful about this in relationality to masculine, working on that sense. And I keep on hearing the words personal responsibility, right? Because the modality of being able to articulate upon the personal responsibility that we find in being able to be our highest self, it is, I keep on getting, it is an energetic honor, right, to hold that responsibility. But you have to understand the definition of the word honor is the recognition of understanding the significance of what we are holding, right? The value and importance of it. And this is why I feel like there's a lot of the masculine energy that is working on understanding the context of honoring the self, right? And honoring the self does not mean, and this is what we recognize, having the modality by which we give our feelings to everybody. Because feelings are not honored unless we qualify why they are important, right? We honor the feelings by being able to articulate upon why they are important. That is the work that we do in being able to feel them, right? Feeling them is half the battle. Being energetically responsible is the space by which we share them. And when we share them, we honor them in sharing. And the reason that we share them and honor them in sharing is we don't make them another's responsibility, right? We don't say, I have these feelings, now they're your problem. We have the modality of working to understand why those feelings are important, because this is the most important thing. If you're just sharing your feelings without doing the work to understand the importance, you're often handing others the shadow work that you yourself do not want to be energetically responsible for. And what I see for a lot of the energy working through that is working through the inner child healing of modalities or experiences in the past by which they may have felt like they were doing that. This is why we talk about inner child healing is not the inner child healing that is the way back inner child. It is the person that you were when you thought that you knew everything. So for a lot of that energy, I feel like it's a space by which they're working, like I keep on hearing, working to heal the self with the sense of personal responsibility and accountability that builds the architecture of what it is that one is trying to set the intention with, particularly and especially as it relates to healthy relationship. Now, this brings us to feminine energy. And for feminine energy right now, we are going to be reading, we are going to be utilizing the we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot Italian edition. Can I get 3 cards, please? Thank you. We've got here the Sun card in its upright. We've got the Ace of Swords in its reversal. And this card is very important because this card's been coming out a lot right now in our readings. And we also have the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. And so this is a further continuation in relationality to working through situations and circumstances that build into, I keep on hearing, this is a lot of the feminine energy that is reaffirming and redefining, like it's reclaiming the understanding of what forgiveness means, is all I keep on hearing. And again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I keep on getting the same message coming through for feminine, which is forgiveness is not forgetfulness. Forgiveness is not forgetfulness. And why do we see that? Because the modality of understanding, the word forgiveness, right? Just as while masculine energy is working on understanding and reaffirming and reclaiming the understanding of what it means to honor something, feminine is working on recognizing and reaffirming what it means to forgive. Forgive does not mean forgetting. The modality by which we articulate that forgiving is 2 parts of a word. The origin of the word forgive is for, something ahead, and something that is given, right? And so the modality that we understand that forgiveness happens, forgiveness is a 2-part system. It's the modality by which we give something in the present that articulates change, that allows the modality by which we're able to allow for the allowance of another person to continue with those changes going forward, right? It's that modality by which we understand. It is the present that we see, the present changes that we see that allow for the possibility of a different future. Those are the 2 parts that we see in forgiveness. The present that we see that allows for the possibility of what can occur going forward. And so I've got a lot of that energy that's effectively working through those modalities or systems, that identification point in recognizing and identifying what the shape of that work is. So for a lot of the energy, this is the feminine that is forgiving the past version of self. Like this is the feminine also doing some inner child healing right now. And the forgiveness that we see that's occurring for a lot of that feminine energy that's working upon those experiences or those modalities is the defining or refining of working through the energetic difference in relationality to forgiving themselves for modalities by which they may have felt that forgiveness was requiring them to be energetically forgetful. Because the modality by which we understand that forgiveness is how we carry the memory of the past from a state of honor, right? Because, and this is a continuation of what we see that's occurring there, because the modality by which we understand the importance of what it is that we hold on to, right? honoring the energetic memory of something. But even in the modality of honoring the energetic memory of something, the identification point of recognizing the difference by which the feminine has seen modalities of forgiveness, right? The changes in the present that allow the context of something to be different going forward, that is amplifying while also recognizing the spaces or places that we're not seeking forgiveness, but rather forgetfulness. And the way that you can usually recognize forgetfulness is the modality by which another person, and I keep on hearing, the modality by which a person apologizes, but it's not a true apology, right? The apology that another person gives and saying, sorry, you have to go through that, you'll go through it again, right? Like, is an understanding, like that is the energy that's effectively articulating. And this is why I keep on seeing for a lot of the feminine energy, working on identifying the difference between those that apologize but are actually consoling, right? This is the feminine energy that is separating out or recognizing the space by which a person apologizes, but it's not a true apology if your apology is just the modality by which another person is trying to console another person in relationality to what they're continuing to have to experience. So this is what I keep on seeing that's happening right now for feminine, working through the discernment point between, I keep on hearing they're working through the discernment point between forgiveness, apology, and consolement, and recognizing that those are three completely different things and you cannot use them interchangeably. Now, moving towards non-binary energy, can I please get 3 cards? 3 cards, and we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the non-binary energy right now. 3 cards, please. We've got the Queen of Wands in its upright. We've got the 9 of Cups in its upright. And we also have the Fool card in its upright. And what's interesting that I see that's happening right now for non-binary energy is it's working through the experience. It's working through the experience of feeling energetically, and I want to describe this best because it's hard to be able to put into words, but that's exactly what I mean. I keep on seeing that a lot of the non-binary energy is going on a word hunt. Is what I keep on. I mean, that makes a lot of sense given what we're seeing here. But the modality by which we recognize that the energy is going through a word hunt it's important, right? It's important that we understand what words mean, because words, like I keep wondering, words have significance and this space, and I keep on seeing often the modality by which an energy interchanges words, right, recognizes the fact that they don't understand the nuance or the context energetically connected to them, right? So it's working through the understanding, and I keep on seeing like a lot of this energy getting I feel like there's a lot of energy right now very deeply invested in relationality to how one communicates, but not just how one communicates, but like how communication becomes clumsy is what I keep on seeing, right? I almost see a lot of energy that is working, like personally invested in trying to recognize how language becomes clumsy, right? Because, and this is what we talk about in relationality to, like, it's interesting because it's like it's a recognition about how words become parlance, and parlance is, and this is the thing about it, when there are words that float around in the ether, they become parlance. And you probably noticed this, right? You probably notice this tendency where you'll be talking to someone and they'll be throwing around words like they just saw them flying around like on the side of a building or something, you know what I mean? Like just throw a couple of those words in and we'll be good, right? Like that's often what we see that sometimes happens that creates that energetic frustration point, because it's not enough, right? I keep on hearing them articulating, saying it's not enough just to throw words into something, right? You can't. I keep on hearing it's not enough just to throw words into something and have it have meaning. Is what I keep on seeing. You can't go like this. You can't go like this with the words and be like, there, it's perfect. Is what I keep on seeing. It's the energy that recognizes that when you throw words into things, they have importance. They have meaning. You can't just, I keep on hearing, you can't just throw words in or pull words out that you don't like, is what I keep on hearing. It's going both ways, is what I keep on seeing. You can't smatter things with words. You can't decorate with words, is what I keep on saying. And similarly, you can't be like, I hate these words. Let's take these words out. Like, it's the energy that understands the value of our words is how we energetically communicate. And this is why I feel like a lot of that energy is very invested in understanding the energetic roots of words or working through it, because the words carry memory, right? The words are the shortening of the energetic memory that allows us to effectively convey something of significance or meaning. Now, this brings us back to the masculine energy, and we're going to be moving into the heart space of masculine right now. Can I get 3 cards for masculine, please? And we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego right now for the heart space of masculine. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. 3 cards, please. We've got here the Star card in its upright. We've got the Sun card in its reversal. Some heavy cards here. And we've also got the Knave of, we got the Knight of Swords, we got the Page of Swords in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're energetically seeing here. And it's interesting too. And here's the thing I like about this right now is like the thing that we effectively identify that's happening right now, particularly for like, and this is what I keep on seeing that's happening with a lot of the masculine energy. It's understanding how important it is to navigate the understanding that when you're in a healthy space, you're going to feel a little uncomfortable. The sound of your discomfort is the space of you learning something, is all I keep on seeing, right? If you want to be on a healthy journey, prepare to be uncomfortable. And that doesn't mean, I keep on getting this, it's working through navigating the discomfiture that allows one to learn something. It's uncomfortable learning things, because when you're working to learn something, you're having to admit the fact that you don't know everything, right? You have to be comfortable. It is so important that you become connected to your vulnerability, because if you don't have connection to your vulnerability, you are literally moving through the universe in an ignorant fashion, right? Because if every time you're moving through the universe and the universe is like, hey, would you be interested in a lesson? Like, would you be interested? Could I interest you? But like a positive lesson, Would you like to grow? Would you like to learn more? Right? And the energy goes, yes. And goes, okay, here's a little discomfort. And the energy goes, no, right? And then the energy goes, oh, I guess they didn't want to grow. Right? It's like that's like that is effectively the navigation point energetically, right? The understanding that when we're working to learn something, we have to be ready to navigate the uncomfortability that we feel in the space of recognizing that something is outside of our energetic wheelhouse, right? The modality by which we move through something that allows the context by which we understand that there is more to know and explore. So you cannot say, right? You cannot say that you are invested in understanding, but then say, but I refuse to leave my comfort zone. You cannot say, I am invested in understanding, but then say, I refuse to leave my comfort zone. Can you please teach me from here? No. No. Because the understanding, right? The understanding, and this is the thing you have to understand, the discomfiture is a part of growth. Think about every growth cycle that you've ever experienced, right? What is the sound that you hear as you're growing? What is happening? What is happening? That's why growth cycles are surreal, right? because they make us feel things that we've never felt before. So the modality by which you understand that that vulnerability is your energetic birthright. It is necessary to be comfortable in your vulnerability, because if not, every time you're moving towards energetic growth and you feel that modality of experience and you run away from it instead of running towards it, you're effectively identifying and recognizing the space or the place of your own energetic shadow work. And that doesn't mean, right? And this is important too. That doesn't mean that we throw ourselves into the breach in relationality of saying, ooh, unknown, goody. That's not good either, right? That's not good either, right? The modality by which one moves towards something without any understanding of what one is doing is also an energetic danger zone. But the modality, and this is what we understand, the identity, and this is what we talk about in relationality of finding the space between ourselves by which we allow for the space that we can expand, is the modality by which we're pushing our comfort zone, but in the right way possible, right? In the way by which we feel, right? We find that energetic sweet spot in relationality to how we're effectively trying to recognize and identify the intention by which we're trying to bring towards ourselves. And we don't push into that space, right? We don't force energetic entry in the direction of the unknown, because that is the modality by which you're effectively articulating that you're trying to escape the self, right? Your ability to push the discomfiture should never feel like you're looking for an escape hatch. It should feel like you're energetically expanding in the positive, in the way that allows one to feel energetically centered as one does so, right? That is the sound of healthy. That is what we articulate in relationality to a heart opening. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is working through those modalities and experiences right now. And even in the space by which they're working through that, it's not easy, right? But it's not supposed to be easy. It's working through the vulnerability that allows us the context of understanding. And so I feel like there's a lot of energy that's working through that at this time. Now, moving back towards feminine, can I get 3 cards for feminine energy right now? And we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, Heart Space, for the feminine. Oh, we got a cantilevered one here. We're going to read for that. We've got the 2 of Pentacles in its reversal. We've got the 5 of Pentacles in its reversal, and that's cantilevered. So that's important there. And we've got the 5 of Swords in its reversal. And a lot of the energy that we're identifying or recognizing, everything I keep on seeing, working through those modalities and experiences right now. And I keep on getting this, you know, and I want to describe this because I literally, like, I went to read for feminine. And I went to read for feminine and I was just like this, like it's like the headache. It's like, it's very much so masculine right now. Like, masculine is working on the heart space, which makes a lot of sense because we read honor, and honor is often like, I got to see what's going on with Leo right now. Feminine is very much in Capricorn energy right now. And the thing with, I always like the funny thing with Capricorn energy is like, whenever I go to do Capricorn energy, it's like I need to pinch my nose. It's always like, it's very, but it's very important because it's working on the understanding that what we see is energetically important, right? The same work that we see that masculine is doing, feminine energy is doing in relationality to understanding the weight and significance of what it is that we energetically observe. Because and this is why we talk about, do not claim to say that you are energetically spiritual and then only look at pretty things. Do not dare to say that you are energetically spiritual and then say, oh, I can't look at that. No. I've got this, it's got this spirituality. I can't look at that. I can't look at that. No, I can't look at that. No, my spirituality does not allow my gaze to look at that. That is not spirituality. That is your energetic ego, right? The modality by which we try to articulate, I keep on, and I feel like this is where a lot of that energy gets angry, like it's working through the frustration point, right? Where we cast our gaze is energetically important. If your spirituality dissolves in the space by which you look at something, that's not spirituality. That's indulgent. That's your ego. If your spirituality can't bear the modality of seeing something, that is not spirituality. That is your ego run rampant, is what I keep on seeing. Our space, the space by which we work through things, is the space by which we allow ourselves to energetically see, to observe. And this is why we talk about the importance of being able to articulate upon the things that we see. Because the way that we articulate the importance of our observation upon things acts as the foundation of the energy around the self, right? I keep on seeing that there's something very important in relationality to the identification point of understanding, the space by which we energetically cast our gaze upon things. And I keep on seeing, and that's why, right? Like that's why the Five of Pentacles was cantilever, right? Because if you are looking, and this is what I keep on hearing, if you are looking for spirituality that makes you feel good, you're not looking for a spiritual journey. You're looking for a pleasant view, right? If you are looking at a spirituality that makes you feel cozy, then that is just, it's fine. You can call it whatever you want, but you can't call it a spiritual journey. You can't call it a spiritual journey. The modality by which spirituality does not mean that you stop caring about the world around you. You should care more on a healthy spiritual journey, not less. And that's why I see that for a lot of the feminine energy, it's working through the modality of experiences by which another person articulates or sees their care and goes, you're not really being pleasant right now. And the modality of the feminine articulating to others and saying, the job of the feminine is not to be pleasant. Pleasant is a gift, is what I keep on hearing. Pleasant is a gift, is a reward, and building into the modality by which that pleasantness is something that is energetically shared with the world around us. And so that's why I keep on hearing the feminine that is not only working in terms of the modality of honoring their energetic gaze, right? The modality by which they're articulating upon the space by which what they see is a space of honor, but almost articulating in the modality by which another person navigates the fact that another person isn't being pleasant in articulating what they see. The feminine saying, the feminine's job is not to be conducive in being pleasant, is not just being energetically, is not pleasant machine, is what I keep on hearing. The feminine is not a pleasant machine. The feminine is a modality by which we recognize and identify the architecture of what it is that we try to create. So that's why I feel like a lot of the energy right now is articulating upon that in the shape of healthy relationship. And even in the modality by which the energy is articulating upon the shape of the relationship, I see that that's a lot of the feminine that is building into the healthiness and the stability of relationship via right? And this is why we work to heal rejection, right? Because this is the feminine that has recognized or identified that the more that they're energetically good with the self, right? The ability by which we love, right? And this is what we talk about, right? Not looking towards something to escape from. That the work that we do in honoring ourselves is the best thing that we can bring to relationship. Because if you honor yourself and you see a counterpart that doesn't honor you, you walk away from that, not towards it to try to convince someone that they should honor their view, right? Our job is not to convince someone about the space by which we should be honored. Our job is to recognize whether they are doing so or not. And so that's what I keep on seeing that's happening right now. And it's and I keep on hearing it's either the feminine that's working in the space of the relationship that builds upon that, or the feminine healing from situations or circumstances with the past self that felt like it was the modality by which they were working perpetually to try to convince someone that they should be honored. And even in the modality by which they recognize themselves, the fact that they were trying to convince someone that they were honored, they see the modality by which they were not. While for non-binary energy right now, moving back towards that, we are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, again, for the heart space of actually, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. And this is what I mean. This is important about it too right now. Yeah, can I get 3 cards, please? Yep, we've got the King of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the Nine of Cups in its upright. And we've also got the Seven of Swords in its upright. So what are we energetically seeing in relationality to non-binary energy right now? We've got a lot of that energy that is effectively working through. And that's what I meant in terms of like something going through the headspace, in terms of identifying or articulating the importance of words is what I keep on seeing. And I think that one of the reasons is because there is energy right now. That energy is healing from modalities or experiences by which another person defined them as inscrutable, right? And I keep on hearing a lot of that energy like working into the valuation point of the heart space, because what happens is, and let me just show you this, and if you've experienced this, you know this. The modality by which we understand that words are important and the different words that we use carry different significance. I see the experience by which this energy is healing. They're healing from situations by which they had a broad vocabulary and another person tried to identify them as inscrutable, right? And I keep on hearing inscrutable. Inscrutable means something that lacks, right? Lacks understanding, right? Inscrutable is the modality by which something doesn't make any sense. But often, and you'll recognize this, they're like the modality by which we understand that there are things that we need to be very energetically succinct about. And the work that we do to try to identify something that is when we're trying to convey the ephemeral, we have to build into the modality of becoming succinct, right? When you're trying to isolate upon the ephemeral, you start to get very succinct because you're trying to work upon identifying what it is that you're exactly trying to energetically convey. So I see a lot of this energy that gets frustrated because often in the capacity by which they are trying to capture the ephemeral and trying to be succinct in the space by which they try to capture the ephemeral, another person will see them and say, "Why are you being inscrutable?" And it's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking when those moments occur, because those experiences or circumstances or situations where you are doing everything you can to be as clear as possible, but another person does not understand what you are saying and instead says, "Why are you being inscrutable?" is the modality by which you feel, right? You feel energetically isolated because it's the modality by which you feel like you are alone in the capacity by which you're trying to convey something, but also in the way that another person understands it. So this is often the space by which the energy feels burdened, right? The modality of one feeling energetically burdened in those modalities by which you're trying to articulate something that is, I keep on hearing, something that is ephemeral and beautiful, right? And in the modality by which you're trying to convey something that is ephemeral and beautiful, another person says, "Why are you being inscrutable?" Which indicates the fact that they themselves either don't understand it or don't recognize the fact that they feel it too, is what I keep on seeing. And so that there's a lot of that energy there that works through that capacity, and it's painful, right? But and this is what we talk about in relationality to the energy. And I think it's like that's why the energy is looking for other words, because it's trying, like the energies, it's trying to find the words that would convey something, often in the modality by which another person, like to help another person grasp something in a way that doesn't require, like that helps another person understand the significance of the meaning of it, is what I keep on seeing. Now, continuing to get clarification, moving back towards masculine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And for the unconscious of masculine, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot again. We've got the Knight of Wands in its upright. We've got the Four of Swords in its upright. And we have the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this energy here, because what we're basically seeing is, and this is what's beautiful about this, right? I love to see these cards in masculine headspace. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, because this is the energy of masculine saying nobody has a right to articulate to masculine what masculine is, but the masculine energy, right? The ability to understand that masculine energy is what we make of it, is the space by which we aspire, right? We talk about the energetic aspiration point in terms of how we effectively perceive something. And I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, right? Moving in accordance to that is built upon and based upon, and I keep on getting this coming through, the space by which we understand what it means to be energetically protective about things. And I keep on hearing protective and not protected, protective and not protected, because the modality by which we are energetically protective is the shape by which we understand and we navigate the highest gift that we give each other is honoring each other's wishes. But this is also why, right? If everybody, I keep wondering, if everybody's wishes are going to be in alignment, we have to be good with our wishes. And the best way to understand, like this is why talking is so important. A healthy manifestation is one that is mutually shared. It is one, and this is why we call it passion, right? Because the passion that we have when we have a healthy manifestation is one by which we're eager to tell others about it, right? Our wishes are the space by which we share that wish to others. And in the modality by which we share it, it feels, right? It feels like something that another person also appreciates, right? And that's how we can effectively, like, that's what's beautiful about the space that we navigate an existence together. Because the space by which we hold on to an idea and the space by which that idea grows, right? It's the space by which we understand that that is the way that we build a world that is beneficial to everyone. But we don't get there. You can't have a healthy world if you're too much in your ego. You can't have a healthy world if you look at the world and the first thing you say is gimme. But the hard part is understanding that when we first arrive here, we have the core wound, right? We have the core wound. And what does the core wound say? The core wound says, give me. The core wound is demanding. And that core wound is really hard to separate from, because the demand that is literally the most important thing that we have that allows us to effectively persist at the moment that we are born is what we have to effectively work to be rid of for the rest of our experience, because it's a very strong inclination. And the ability to be able to understand and recognize that that is where the inclination springs from, like we understand that that allows us to be energetically careful in our own feeling of looking at the world from a state of the space that it exists to serve our needs. That is the shape of the wound that we initially carry, right? What do you see what does the first child say, right? The first child screams. It screams out of need. And the modality by which we understand that that is literally the sound of immaturity, right? That is literally the sound of immaturity. That when you see somebody screaming out of need, they are literally acting. They are still in the core wound by which they initially arrived to a situation. It is the modality by which we work to alleviate ourselves of that, because that core wound doesn't allow anything to progress, because we're effectively articulating to others that we have no way of healing from the thing by which they have to put, like the thing by which we arrive here with, that is the necessity to make sure that we energetically survive, right? And if you stay, here's the thing about it, if you stay in that core wound, you're going to feel like every day is a day of survival, right? Because you are articulating in the space by which you are angry and screaming that you are saying to the universe, I am still a baby, right? The modality by which you are coming out every day. And what are you doing? You're demanding and screaming. All the universe sees is I am still an energetic child. I am holding a rattle and I'm rattling that and I'm screaming. Nobody wants to speak to an energetic child. So the modality by which we work to effectively recognize that and to build around it, right? The ability to understand the intensity of the importance of being able to form our words around our feelings, right? It is not like, it is not small. It is the most important thing that we do, because in the modality by which we learn to form words around our feelings, we are articulating that we are not just feeling machines. We're not just in the space by which another person has to navigate us with a sense of anxiety, because the thing with feelings is feelings cannot be controlled. So if you're moving around through life and you're letting the feelings dictate what's happening, you're basically saying to the world around you, I have no control of myself. You're saying that to the self. You're saying that you're letting the feelings operate. You're letting everyone around you operate that way, right? And so you're going around and you're thinking that everything's fine, and everybody around you is energetically terrifying because they don't see a person there. They go, what are all those feelings going to do? Like, what are those volatile feelings going to do now? So the modality by which we recognize and understand that is not like the smallest thing. It is the absolute most important thing. And it's not to say that there are not moments or instances by which we have the feelings that get the better of ourselves, right? But the way that we are able to purport or conduct ourselves in the modality of having strong feelings basically articulates the shape or position by which we ourselves are in our personhood or centered in ourself. This is what we mean by non-attachment. We don't mean disassociation. We don't mean turning off the feelings. It's being able to recognize the valuation of importance of the feelings and still operate through them. And this is why a lot of the masculine working through this gets angry in the space by which they felt like another person taught them to turn them off. Never is it more dangerous, because when you learn how to turn something off, you never have the it's too tempting to want to, in order to prevent you from getting energetically stronger in them. And this brings us to the feminine energy, bearing in mind that's not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Feminine energy, we'll be using the Tarot del Fuego for the unconscious of the feminine. We've got the Ten of Wands in its upright. We've got the Nine of Pentacles in its upright. And we've got the Chariot in its reversal. And this is the opposite work that the feelings are doing. Like, this is the opposite work of the feminine and the feelings. This is the feminine healing from modalities by which feminine has every reason to be upset. And someone saying, you're not being very pleasant right now. Right? Like, literally. The modality of working through the feeling of having an energetic right to be upset about something, and then another person in that moment saying that the energetic violation is the fact that you weren't pleasant. Our job is not to be pleasant, right? Our job is not to be energetically pleasant. And often in the modality by which because here's all you do. If you are working through, right? Congratulations. Like, if you work through the modality by which you're like, oh, but I can't be pleasant, that's great. That means that you're literally in the shape by which you'll witness like any atrocity and be like, I better not be unpleasant about it, right? It's the modality by which we articulate, or we allow that force of intention to speak volumes about how we feel, right? It's the understanding, and it's a continuation of understanding what it means to honor our feelings. And to honor our feelings is often, here's the thing about it, when you're honoring your feelings, you're going to experience rejection from them, right? You're going to experience those that push up against your boundaries. Good. Because as long as you're doing that work, right? As long as you're doing that work to understand the feelings, right? To have a very good reason for the feelings that you carry, your feelings light the way, right? Let those feelings light the way. Let them be the guidance point. Because for a lot of, and I think that that's the space I see with feminine, right? This is what we were talking about in relationality, of articulating upon the space by which we feel an energetic right to be upset. The modality by which we have the right to be upset help us guide the way to what is better, right? And it's not just, right? It's not just enough. And this is what's important, right? It's not just enough to navigate the discomfiture of something, but the space by which you can tell another person, I see a better way, right? I see a better way. I see the way that we can go on this. Like that is the modality by which I keep on seeing. This is feminine holding on to the space, right? This is the feminine understanding that you can do both, right? You can be upset. You can be absolutely upset. You can allow that to light the way. And you can also know exactly the right direction by which something can go, right? It's the modality by which you can navigate and recognize those 2 points often. And that ability, right? That ability of carrying both of those modalities at the same time, articulating, and this is how you fortify. This is literally how you can fortify whether you feel like you're in the right. Because if you're in the right, you can also articulate the right way, right? It's not enough just to say that you're energetically upset. You also have to bring with you the directions in terms of what would be better. This is how we fortify. This is how we purify the energetic anger that we feel. It's not enough just to say, it's not enough just to be angry, because remember, the ego likes to do that. You have to bring the directions with it. So that's the feminine that says, as long as both of my hands are holding on to those, it's the modality by which one feels the space by which one can energetically proceed upon communicating how one is feeling. While for non-binary energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the unconscious of the non-binary. 3 cards, please. We've got the three of Pentacles in its reversal. We got the Empress card in its upright. And we've got the Emperor card in its reversal. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. All right, let's talk about this here. How do we work through it's working through, like, it's working through, and this is what I keep on seeing in relationality to this. Like, there's a lot of this energy, and it feels like, it almost feels like, I want to describe it, like it feels a bit like boxing gloves is what I keep on getting. And the reason I keep on seeing that is because this is the energy that literally feels like they got to put boxing gloves on every day. It's what I keep on energy. It's just every day. It's just, and that's that good, right? Like, if you don't feel like you're putting boxing gloves on every day, and I like to point out, and here's what I keep on getting, right? Like, boxing gloves on every day doesn't mean you're going to use those boxing gloves. And I like to point this out too, like the thing with boxing gloves, and I like to point this out, boxing gloves are utilized to soften a blow, is why I keep on getting that message coming through there, right? It's already recognizing there's nothing more frustrating than when you are doing everything you can to be energetically conscientious and gentle, and in the modality by which another person is working through the uncomfortability of navigating something that is energetically hard to hear. And this is why we fortify ourselves. And I keep on seeing it has to do, this is why the energy is getting so upset, because it's working on what sensitivity means. There are different types of sensitivity, is what I keep on hearing. There is the sensitivity, I keep on getting, there is the sensitivity that articulates in relationality to doing something in a way that one has to be very, like, I keep on hearing, like, very, like, this is the energy that works on being very, very prescriptive in relationality to what it is that they're trying to do, is what I keep on seeing, especially in their relationships, in their relationships, in the modality by which they do things. Like I literally see that this energy like works through. It feels very much in Virgo right now. Like the modality by which you work to be as energetically conscientious as possible, but the modality by which we have to feel like if we want, I keep on getting like, if we want things to be, I know this is going to sound, and if you get it, you get it. If we want things to be sensitive, you have to be strong. If you want things to be sensitive, you have to be strong. And what do I mean by that? I mean, if you want things to be sensitive, you have to be strong, which means you have to move right into the space by which the lack of sensitivity is, because that is the space that demands to belong, right? The modality by which we understand that sensitivity is a gift that we bring with us into places. And often the modality by which another person makes us feel like we are energetically like they are not comfortable does not control our energetic destination. It's the modality by which, and this is what we articulate in relationality to understanding. And this is why we talk about our words are purified, because if another person's discomfort cannot be stated from the lips, that is an internal problem, not an external problem. The modality by which we recognize something that needs to be addressed is the space by which we feel right in saying it. This is energy that learned a long time ago that passive aggressiveness is something that one must fortify the self for in the context of navigating others' projected shadows. And the hard part about that is it's hard because this is the energy that recognizes it, that can literally make you energetically sick. It can make you feel ill, especially if you're in the context of being empathic. Like feeling, and this is what's awful when you're energetically empathic. It's the fact that you have to carry both. You have to carry the way another person makes you feel, and then you have to feel the sickness. You have to feel the energetic sickness that lives and resides within a person, that is the amplification of the hate that they feel about themselves, by which they feel constantly in the need to feel better about themselves by making others feel bad about themselves. That's what's so hard about being in that modality. The fact that you have to carry the weight of both. You have to carry the weight of how another person feels, and then you have to carry the weight of what they put themselves through every day. But this is why we understand that when we articulate and we see somebody in that modality by which the shape that they hate themselves, the shape by which they hate themselves is so high that the only way that they can energetically thrive and survive is to make themselves feel like they're energetically bigger than another person just for a moment, just for a moment, just to take the edge off of an experience by which that hate is directed towards the self at every moment. It doesn't make it easier, but we recognize that our presence is so important because at every moment that we breathe, we say to another person, there is another way to be. And it doesn't have to hurt so much to be in that person that you are. The bottom of the deck right now, masculine energy. We've got the Page of Pentacles in its upright. And for a lot of this energy right now, I'm seeing, and this is what we see in relationality to relationship, and this is what's so painful, right? This is what's so painful for a lot of that masculine energy. It feels like the weight of having to carry not only the fact that they're trying to move, like one's trying to move in a positive direction, but when it feels like the weight of the rest of the energy feels like it's pulling against you, right? The modality by which it's the energy that says, my back hurts from having to carry you. And the reason that they articulate that their back hurts from trying to carry you is because when another energy is in the same modality that you are, and it creates the space by which they create the fear, right? The collective fear. It's the energy that says, I understand why they fear you. And you make it harder for me moving with intention because at every step, they're energetically prepared for the worst person that they've ever experienced coming through the form that they find me in. So that modality of working through that, right? not hiding it, but working to the space of carrying the burden of the responsibility in changing the shape of nature. And that is also the energy that says there is a better way, and if it's hard, I'm trying to reach for it. Right? This is the energy that articulates. It says that they feel that personal sense of responsibility because it's not just something that they're doing personally, it's something that they're doing collectively in the shape of building into the architecture of the relationship that they aspire for with counterpart. For feminine, bottom of the deck, we've got the Three of Pentacles in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy working through these modalities and experiences, I just keep on seeing that this is a lot of the feminine. Again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, trying to articulate and allowing the context of healing, right? We cannot let our rage make us give up on things. And I know the inclination, right? The inclination to allow our rage to say, I'm tired of this, right? We pick things up with our rage. We don't throw things down, right? We articulate the energetic language by which we are effectively identifying. And the modality, and this is the thing about it, and you have to recognize this, feminine, every time you feel rage and you say, I got to get over this, you're just allowing that rage to move through your system, right? It's like you've got, it's like it literally will make you sick. Like the modality by which we identify and recognize that the way that we purify ourselves with the rage that we feel is by we take energetic action towards it, right? And this is why we talk about our rage guides us, because the identification point of feeling upset, it's not just enough to be upset, but being able to put a healthy direction on it, right? What would be better? This is helping. This is the work that we do to identify what is the work that we have to do outside of ourselves versus the work that we have to do within, right? The work that demands transformation, internal transformation, or external recalibration. And the only way that we navigate which one of those it is by being able to face it. Not by saying, oh, I can't let myself get upset, right? It's not about not allowing the space by which you say, oh, it isn't, oh, I'm getting upset again, it's not healthy. Being in a healthy space is finding productive ways to feel all of the things we feel, especially, right? Especially those modalities by which we work through a lot of the intensity in terms of the feelings of anger that potentially rise up in us, because our anger is a demand. And the modality by which we understand our anger is to answer the call. But the only way you can work through that is not reacting to the fact that you feel that. It's to understand the full intensity of why it is energetically important. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that isn't just saying, oh, I'll let it go. Saying, no, I'm going to pick that up. I'm going to identify and articulate upon how I feel to allow that feeling, to allow for active change to happen in relationality to something that one is experiencing. While for non-binary energy right now, bottom of the deck, this keeps on happening when I'm doing Tower del Fuego. Yeah, it's like it's a lot of that searching energy is what I keep on seeing. Let's get into it. What's going on with that? I want to describe, like, for a lot of the energy right now, it's working through the energetic displacement that we often feel, that makes us feel like, I keep wondering, that makes us feel out of place, right? It's working through the modality by which we understand and feel energetically out of place on things. But I keep on getting a lot of this energy has felt like that all the time, is what I keep on seeing. But the hard part I keep on seeing is working into the energetic refinement point in relationality to being able, I keep on hearing, being able to understand oneself is a climb, is what I keep on hearing. Like, that is what I keep on getting in relationality to this work. Being able to understand the self is a climb. And this is the energy that, like, not only does the work in relationality to where they are, but also is very, and I keep on hearing, they adore. And this is what I keep on getting right now. I keep on hearing them say they adore the past. And the reason that they adore the past is because they look back on the past and say, you know what, that is the journey on how I've energetically arrived to who I am. The modality by which we work through that. And this is the thing about it, because I keep on hearing adore, because it's the understanding, right? It's the understanding that we work through in terms of recognizing why something is energetically important. And that's why they hold so much empathy, potentially and especially in situations or circumstances by which another person is trying to throw hate at them, because it's the modality by which they look at that person and say, I was you once. I was you once. I had a lot of uncomfortable feelings, and I wanted to fling those feelings at whatever was causing them instead of doing the internal work to understand why. And so a lot of that energy working through that, and I keep on seeing it understands, they're working through the painful understanding that empathy is not enough, right? That empathy is not enough working, and sometimes it makes it harder, because having empathy for someone that is in that modality is not going to fix them. They have to desire to change. The desire to not feel that way requires one to step into the understanding of self. And that's the energy that articulates and says, I can't do that for you. I can't do that with you. Only you can do that for yourself. But they've had experiences in the past by which another person has tried to blame them in the modality of not being ready to energetically face the self. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of discernment that they energetically apply in relationality to the connections that they make, specifically and particularly because they understand that in many points in their story, they've been a convenient escape for another person not wanting to address their shadow work. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You can book the reading and you can pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I would like to invite all of you to join us this Thursday for the next class in our Tarot Church class series. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me if you choose to receive it, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize the tarot to the best of your capacity, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. You can also head over to my stack to learn about a very special retreat that we'll be hosting this August. I would like to invite you to join me as we travel to Italy to understand and learn more about the cards in the location by which the cards were first found to be discovered. Anyone who participates in that retreat as well will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. And you can learn more about that over on my stack. You'll also find for anyone who signs up this month, you'll also be receiving a $200 discount. So if you'd like to do so, please do so sooner if you want to catch that discount. I also want to let you guys know that if you head over to my stack, you'll find my mystic meditation articles, which give you insight in terms of what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we navigated. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. I also want to thank you guys as well. If you're interested in experiencing or receiving more consistent weekly tarot insight, I'm also very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I also offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter today. Thank you so much. And congratulations to Avatar. You came in second, so you will also be getting an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway today. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you were put on that hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you so much, Adam, for those ice creams, and I hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome from Australia, Mez. And thank you for the gifts. Just a reminder to anyone joining us, if you are a subscriber who would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card, please make sure that you're recharging your heart needs in order to receive that card. And Bridget, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I like that land creature. Nice, Phoenix. Oh my gosh, look at those butterflies. They were beautiful, weren't they? And good to see them as well. Thank you. Good to see you as well. Hi there, dear. And Dylan, thank you for the roses. Thank you for the compliment, Dylan. Good to see you today. And thank you for those gifts as well, Adam. I appreciate you. I love that potato. Thank you so much. Thank you as well, Avatar. I know, I love the star card as well in this context. Rainbow, people are under no obligation to stay in the presence of blatant disrespect because it's a lesson. Tap to claim. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Everyone is allowed to have boundaries, and it's healthy to do so. It's okay to manage your overwhelm. Beautifully stated, Rainbow. I love that word, cantilevered. Yeah, we've been starting to read for it here. And if you want to see today's spread, you'll see the cantilevered card. I'll be posting the full spread over on Stack later today. If someone's regularly sending you into overwhelm through triggering you, sometimes intentionally, well, that's what I mean, right? Being able to articulate it to another to see if it's intentional or if they're not doing it, like understanding the context by which that's happening helps you understand the direction by which one has to effectively address or navigate it. Yep, there are other ways to grow. Yeah, and again, I need to stress this in every way, shape, or form, Rainbow. I'm never articulating here that one should feel the need to stay in an abusive situation in order to grow. That is not what is being stated here. I can't understate that enough. Yes, I absolutely do not need to look at everything. It's not the modality, right? It's not the modality by which one has to look at everything. It's the modality by which one understands, right? The difference of perceiving something and saying that something is painful to perceive. But even in the modality by which you understand that one can't perceive it as long as one can, versus the ability of trying to articulate that something does not exist because it's unpleasant to behold. That's what I'm trying to clarify there. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to clarify upon it. And Ivana, thank you so much for those little crowns as well. Avatar, I never noticed the little cheek scratches with the little crown. Oh, I know, I didn't see it either. Thank you for pointing it out, Avatar. It's okay. And Rainbow, I respect the fact if you're feeling energetically triggered by the conversation, I'm respectful of that as well. And thank you for articulating that. And I hope that my ability to clarify what I was saying helps to make you like helps to clarify, because it does feel to me that there's something that you are taking from that was not what I was communicating. And I hope that that works to clarify it. Excellent. Yaz, no problem. Yep, I've got you on the list here. No problem. I'll be sure to hold you there. And good vibes. Good to see you as well, dear. Yes. And Viz, I'm happy to read for you, dear. These are donation-based readings. So if you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send that donation payment and you'll be added to the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Hi there, Addie. So good to see you today. I love that. We're not pleasant machines. We just ask for respect. Tap to claim, dear, and thank you for joining us on the place where we keep the videos. Thank you for the help, Bridget. I appreciate you. And thank you, Avatar. Excellent. It's my day off, enjoying my coffee. Hope you're doing well. I love that. Hooray for days off. And Tishmo Logo, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Hi there, Kath. How are you doing today? Congratulations winning the highest gifter. We just finished the collective and I've got you on the list as well. And thank you for that beautiful galaxy. I appreciate you, Kath. Thank you as well, Ella and Betty. Thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you as well, Ivana. I know the monkey's really cute. Boom. Thank you, Avatar. It's a tug of war, and I want to point out like a tug of war, and this is what like a tug of war is the modality of recognizing whether someone has the same manifestation goals as we do, right? Like working into that with a sense of proportionality. Boxing gloves every day. Tap to claim. Stacy, thank you for the follow. Cedar, thank you for those heart knees. And thank you, Laws, for the follow. Thank you for those beautiful gifts, Ivana. I'm the compass, not the path. I love that, Cedar. Tap to claim. They're physical. Yep, absolutely coping. I just said that yesterday about a family situation that's crazy. Sending you so much support on that journey, Ivana. Yeah, it's out if it's someone that make them feel less. Grand Rising Cat and coping. Thank you for the follow. That makes them feel better, but it is just them poisoning themselves more. Sending you support on that journey as well, Ivana. My anger is sacred. Tap to claim. Don't even go there. Thank you as well. Good to see you, BB. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Thank you as well, Chrissy. And good as well. Thank you as well, Ivana. Thank you for the compliment on my mentorship classes, Ivana. I appreciate you. And Parker, thank you for the follow as well. Viva, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. And thank you as well, BB, for those beautiful gifts. I hope you're doing well right now. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list right now, the list is open. You will be the first person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 18.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting that reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate you, Vivi. Guys, make sure to give Vivi a follow. Also a very talented reader. First person we are reading for today is going to be Tempest. Tempest, if you're here, I think I see you liking the live. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? And thank you for your patience on the reading. You will actually be receiving an additional card in your reading today. Thank you so much for that ability, for letting us be able to read for you today instead of yesterday. Before we get started right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the board. Thank you guys so much for doing that, for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. I'm also going to, if you are on the hold list today and would like to be added back to the list, please let me know the date that you are added, and I'll be happy to put you back on the list as well. We're reading right now for Tempest. I'm going to pin them up here. Guys, make sure to give Tempest some love. Guidance on my relationship. Ooh, we're thinking of moving in together, but we're tense. Regarding, hold on. But we're tense. We're tense, right? Okay, I got you. All right, can I please, let me just put a sheet down on this. And again, my friends, if you want to see today's full spread, it'll be up later on the stack. Oh, you have an additional card coming out there. Can I please get 4 cards for Tempest, please? We got these 2 coming out, and thank you. All right, what do we got here? I mean, the thing I keep on seeing about this is it says to me, it says like tense, but in the right direction. You know, it would be energetically concerning if it wasn't a tense decision, is what I keep on seeing. The one thing I recognize about it is the tense needs to be the right space. Because I'm picking up a situation by which you and another person are very, like, I'm picking up like very homebody energy is what I keep on seeing. You guys you like your spaces. And it's not just the fact that you like your spaces, but I feel like there's something, I feel like there's a creative element somewhere there, is what I keep on hearing. Like you and another person, and it's interesting too. Did you see how like I immediately went to read for this, and like I just got really, really, really like blocked up. And so I think that that's the important thing that's happening there, because everything, as soon as I started reading for this, there was all of this like pressure. And I want to clear some of this pressure that you and another person have about something. You're not hard to live with. I'm going to say that again. You're not hard to live with. But what I am seeing, and this is the thing you have to be really conscientious about, is you both carry
a lot of trauma, healing from some perfectionist energy, right? I feel like I literally see some energy you and another person carry. Like you both have shared trauma. You have to understand, you have to address that you both carry shared trauma in sharing space. That's what I'm seeing here. It has nothing to do with each other, but you both carry a lot of trauma in relationality to sharing space, and not just sharing space, but someone not respecting, like someone not respecting privacy in relationality to what it means. And I keep on hearing you can share space and still respect privacy. But the two, like I see both you and another person working through an experience by which you didn't feel like you energetically had that, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that, and I want to say this, right? The the modality by which you're both feeling anxiety on it is why it's not going to be an issue between you, right? The modality by which, and that's why I keep on hearing the anxiety is a good thing, because the modality by which you both energetically carry that is articulating upon the fact that you feel energetically respective to each other upon it. There's a lot of this, and I want to describe. Um, I see somebody around you that you've been doing a lot of work in healing trust, right? And that modality of healing trust, like I just keep on hearing somebody here that, like I keep on hearing someone say, if there's something you need to tell me, I know that you'll talk to me about it, is what I keep on hearing. Like like this is giving me, like I've got some kind of trauma here of someone like and I want to describe like the shape of the trauma that I'm seeing between you and another. It is different, but it's very much the same. I see one person that was perpetually, like it feels to me, and I just want to like tell you what I'm seeing here. The modality by which somebody is working to heal in the space by which another person used to articulate that they were cleaning. But when they were cleaning, they were literally just searching around for things. And the modality by which they used to say to them, please stop cleaning, because they recognized that there was no cleaning that was a happening. Like someone who articulated upon the fact that they were cleaning, but they were never cleaning. They were literally just searching. And then in the modality by which another person said, why were you with in my thing? Someone being like, I was cleaning. So I feel like the modality by which you articulate to another person and say to them, like, I will never, like, I hear you almost saying to someone, I'll never go clean. I'll never go cleaning looking for something, is what I keep on seeing. Like that's going to help them with theirs. Yours, I feel like a lot of that anxiety is articulated in the space of someone. I keep on hearing like some kind of situation or circumstance by which someone was trying to treat your stuff like it was their stuff, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like the modality by which, like I keep on hearing you saying to somebody like, where did that go? And you being like, oh, like I took it, and being like that's not where I wanted it to go, right? There's a lot of that type of energy as it relates to, I keep on hearing like as it relates to a circumstance or experience, um, by way of understanding that, I keep on hearing you've got a system, even if another person can't see it. Um, so I feel like that is the, and you understand like those two energies together would not necessarily do something like that to one another, is what I keep on seeing. So the modality by which you have to say to another person, I know it might not look like a system to you, but there's a system there and I know where everything is, will have to meet the modality by which another person says, I can be responsible for my own things. I don't, I feel like that is the modality of working through the anxiety, but I also see, I don't think it's going to be a crisis point because I see the fact that, like, while there's anxiety there, neither one of you would effectively do that to one another. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like I said, you both carry similar wounds to this. I'm going to say it again. You're both not difficult to live with. You're not difficult to live with. But the context, I feel like I just keep on seeing the situation, the context by which another person was not respecting your boundaries. And in the space by which they weren't respecting your boundaries, tried to articulate the fact that you were being difficult. I keep on hearing, I actually feel like the space of you coming together and living with one another is going to be very healing, but it may feel very trauma, might be very trauma and like triggering, because I feel like it's going to help you recognize how easy it is to live together with someone that is respective of your boundaries. So I keep on hearing, like, prepare for a lot of feelings to come up in the space of that healing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 22.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Right now, we're rocky over boundaries and personal values, but the space is a big factor for us too. And I hope in the space of explaining this is like working through, like, I feel like you both have a deep complex around it. But that is, I feel like the modality by which you articulate to each other the history of something that you experienced is going to allow the space of something to potentially be healed in the context of working through something. He never expressed that to me. It must be something he's healing from. I feel like it's embarrassing. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I keep on getting around it. You know, it was literally like, I literally see a situation like, and that's why, again, if they're a neat freak, I keep hearing if they're a bit of a neat freak on it, it's confirmation, because somebody was like leaning on them and trying to explain to, like, say to them that they were sloppy when they were not, is what I keep on seeing. It wasn't the fact that they weren't neat. It's that somebody used to use tidying for a reason, is what I keep on seeing. So it created a complex in them in relationality to, like, not giving someone a reason to articulate upon doing something. You know, I feel like I keep on seeing something there. Yeah. Yeah, for me, yes, ask permission. Exactly. Because I see you're kind of all over the place, but there's a system. Like, that's the hard part here. Like, I see somebody being like I keep wondering, there's a method. Like, I literally see you being like, that's the hard part. Like, I see you being like, no, I have a system. And someone being like, I don't see a system there. Yeah. I would never, and this is the thing. No, those 2 energies, you guys would never, you wouldn't dare. Right. Yeah, it was feeling very specific. That's a different, that would definitely be a different reading, Tempest, and we can explore that further as well. Whatever, like, we can talk about some of the, the issue about this, and I feel like everything I was reading about that is you both are carrying a lot of weight in relationality to the past experience. Like the karma, like the work that you're both working to heal is very similar. So it's really kind of making sure that you're not getting triggered But again, if you'd like to explore that more, we can definitely explore that in another reading. And thank you, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list, I believe Rainbow had to step away. But if Rainbow is not here, the next person on the list is Yasmin. So I'm looking for Yaz or Rainbow. If either of you are in the room, please let me know and you'll be the next person read for. I appreciate you as well, dear. And thank you for having that reading with me. Also, friends, we are at 23.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. If Rainbow or Yasmin are not here, the next person on the list for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also, friends, we are at 23.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. We are doing here, for anyone who'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. We're doing here highest priority messages from spirit, light path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, and you can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Second call right now for Rainbow, Yaz, or Kath. If Rainbow, Yaz, or Kath are not in the room, the list is now open. The next person on the list will have the next reading, and we're going to move into one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, all you have to do is put your question in the comments and I'll be happy to read for you. If you would like to become a subscriber, your superfan status will make you eligible for a one card. Excellent. All right. And I've got you, Nikki, you crack me up. One card for Bridget, please. Highest priority for Bridget. You know, we gotta like, I keep on getting, if you're feeling like you're going through these rolling emotions, like we need to talk about these rolling emotions right now. You've got, there's a karmic cycle that just closed. And those rolling emotions that I'm seeing, it's interesting too, because like it's picking up for me. It's picking up for me that like, and it's interesting because, and I want to get into, I think I started to articulate this. The modality by which you had a dream. And this is why I need to point this out. This is the karmic closure happened in the dream space, is what I keep on seeing, because what they're basically articulating is the modality by which the guides were trying to show you something. And in the space by which they tried to show you something, and you said, I don't want to remember that, is I keep on seeing the modality by which you articulated to them that said, I am energetically good, right? Because you recognize, you're like, that's not my stuff, that's their stuff, right? And the space by which I see, and it's interesting because I feel like the rolling emotions that you're feeling right now are in relationality to the counterpart. Because remember, like, you're both navigating a situation right now by which you're like, it's like, I want to describe this, like and this is often how you can tell that you're moving in a positive direction. It's like when the past finds you and you're not even energetically looking for it, is what I keep on hearing. Like, that's what I keep on seeing that's happening right now with you and another person. Like the modality by which like you are moving in the direction that you know is the right one, but it feels like the past is like it's working into the past of, like, I feel like it's almost like you having to feel that need of trying to like step over the energetic past that feels like it's almost trying to trip you up as you're trying to move forward, right? Like that is, I keep wondering, like that is the energetic vibration, because it's the guides are almost saying, like, do you see the fact that you're energetically over that? Right? It's not the space by which it's like, it's not something by which you're like feeling the intensity of it. You're like I keep on seeing you being like, that was uncomfortable. Like, you know, see me like that, like always like that, like, oh, that was uncomfortable. Like it's a little bit of that type of energy. And I feel like, you know, that's, and this is confirmation with that. I mean, it's painful, right? Like I can see like the space by which I see, and this is the thing that I keep on seeing that you and counterpart are moving through right now. They're doing it, like I told you, they're actively moving, is what I keep on seeing. Like I see somebody in the middle of like an actual move, and it's not easy. But I see that, like, for you, it's the modality. I feel like it's almost the modality or the experience by which you're recognizing like the emotional move, because I almost feel like it's a space where your guides are saying, like, look how far you've come in terms of navigating something in relationality to and it's interesting too, because they're articulating to me that the realization that they had on that was the dream space, is what I keep on seeing. Because the modality by which you literally said to them, you're like like I keep wondering, like the space by which you said, like, and it has to do like a continuation with you saying, like, I don't need to see any of that, is the modality by which you recognize that it wasn't your stuff, is all I keep on hearing. Like I like they keep on, I know it's hard because you're articulating upon something that you couldn't see, but I keep on getting, the guides are almost articulating to me the reason that you wanted to see there back there was because you wanted to make sure you weren't going there to check on them. You wanted to make sure that that wasn't your stuff that was behind that, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom, like, yeah, animal spirit guide. Yeah, like again with the blank. Yeah, there you see. Like that's why, like that's what I keep on seeing. It's like it's working through the context of navigating or recognizing what it is, like what is your, I keep wondering, like, what is your energetic responsibility? And I keep on hearing, it's interesting because in that dream they're giving more information on the dream. And it's funny because they didn't want to articulate upon it until that experience happened, because it's the modality by which they're recognizing. They just keep on saying that they understand the context by which you wanted to check somewhere was just to make sure that none of it was your responsibility, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like they were saying, like, that's why they articulated, like they're saying to me that the space of the dream, when you said don't remember, it wasn't just the fact that it was painful to see, but you recognized that, and everything behind there was not yours, it was theirs, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. We're doing one cards right now. Oh, and thank you for getting on the list, BB. You'll be the next person read for. So if you are a subscriber and you have not posted your question, please hold. We will be returning back to one cards once we finish the personals. No, the blank is exactly what we like. I'm not surprised to see that there. Yes. I got you. Hold on a minute, Ella. Ella, one card on hearing. Oh, that's a throwback, isn't it? Can I get one card for Ella on that song? Um, it has to do. It has to do with that dream. It has to do with the reading that we did previously. And I'm trying to hold on. I'm trying to go back into the space. Remember how we had the space that? Remember the last reading we did? The message was. Hold on. I'm trying to. I need to recollect what the specific words I used. Oh, the mother hen is in a den, right? They're saying it's in direct relation to what was coming up in your reading with the mother hen was in a den. It's the modality, that song used to be in someone's mind when they passed by you. The mother hen is in a den. Somebody who had energetic interest in you, but didn't feel like they could communicate with you because of the energy that was around you, right? I keep on hearing like that was the song that they would sometimes feel or experience when they pass by you, because it was the modality by which somebody felt like there was something there. There was something that could have potentially happened between you and them. Were it not for all, I keep wondering, were it not for all of that energy that was making it so hard or anxiety inducing for them to energetically approach you. Yeah, bottom of the deck, Wheel of Fortune, right? Somebody getting very energetically sentimental in relationality to how they perceived you in the space by which, like I keep on hearing, like in the modality by which, I keep on hearing, it's a modality by which your orbit would project energy away from you, even as it drew it forth, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, it has to do with the space by which you identified someone that was circling around you, right? Remember how we articulated someone circling around you, like someone trying to articulate that they had interest in you, but they didn't want to come towards you. They were waiting for you to come towards them, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. Everyone just, it's all right. It's the, I don't mind it right now. It feels like it's got like, we got like a lot of weekend vibes right now. It's because Venus is getting in front of Mars. So it's fine. It's a vibe right now, Nikki. I appreciate you holding everybody accountable for it though. It's very you. Susie, I got you, dear. And can I get one card for Susie, please? Yep. Highest priority. Oh, who's this? Who's this? This feels well intentioned. Here's the thing, and it feeds right into the reading that we just did. They're interested, but they're polite. Knight of Cups. Here's the thing. The thing with you got to understand, the thing with the King of Swords is like King of Swords energy sometimes is too polite, which is the modality by which somebody wants to energetically reach out to you, but they don't want to overstep, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like whatever this is, like I keep on hearing gauged interest, like whatever this is with gauged interest, the answer is yes, but they don't want to overstep. It's giving me a lot of this like after you kind of energy. Yeah, like the owl, right? Energy, like often energy that's interested is sometimes too I keep on hearing energy that's interested. Energy that's interested is sometimes too respectable for their own good in the modality by which they're like they feel like they feel the energetic interest of something, but they don't want to make it weird. Like you're gonna have to be the one to make it weird. Is what I keep on hearing. Make it weird. Ava, one card. If you'll see them again before the leaving. I feel like you're going to see them again, but maybe not in the context where you are. I keep on hearing there was a matter that required their immediate attention. They gave somebody, I keep on getting the same message, somebody who told something to someone in relationality. I keep on hearing they have to be ready at a moment's notice. Like it's interesting because it says to me, like, I feel like there's something really emotional happening. And I keep on hearing somebody energetically prepared somebody. Like it was something somebody said to them, I don't know when I might have to go, but there's really no way to know, is what I keep on seeing. Like it feels to me like it has to do with an amplification of care they have to put towards something. You're going to see them again. I'm getting that really strongly. right? And so it feels like, it almost feels like, it feels like a yes, but it's like not in this instant, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide, like the fox energy. I keep on hearing the same message that's come, and it's hard too, because I feel like I see somebody thinking about you a lot as well. You can't miss what's for you, right? We can never miss what's for us. So I want you to make sure that you're focusing on that. And Janet, thank you for the follow, dear. Yeah, my emotions. No, that's what I mean. Like the emotions that you're feeling good. Like I see somebody like literally like it's not it's like I see somebody like literally traveling right now. Yeah. Hold, oh, thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that. Yeah, the past definitely found me. Yeah, jokes. Yeah, no one tripped over. Sending you support. But that's what I, but like that's what I meant in terms of like it's really like, and again I like the resonance of the dream. Like it's interesting there because the dream was giving the confirmation. Yeah. Hi there, Celeste. These are one card readings that we're doing right now that are offered to superfans. But if you'd like a full reading, you can be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Yeah, the blank card felt very apropos for that situation. Yeah, just reading over. Yeah, right. Yeah, and Jinx, you said the same thing, Nikki. Me and Nikki are like apropos, apropos. Yes, goosebumps. Yeah, exactly, Ella. Thank you for confirmation. That's where that song was coming from. So many goosebumps, right? The orbit, them skating around you. I can't get anywhere near you unless you come to like it was them being like like it literally says to me like somebody who would try to stop someone, be like, why are you talking to them? Why are you bothering them? You know? Oh, no, no problem, Avatar. You've got 2 cards coming, but we're holding on 1 cards right now because we're gonna about to do another personal. Oh, interesting, Ella. No, the no, 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 it's not. So just to be clear, the song was the song that they felt connected to you. Because remember when I said the mother hen is in a den? Like the modality by which they wanted to effectively approach you at a time when you were younger, but they didn't feel like there was any ability to do so. Like that, I feel like the connection point of that song was what they connected to you. It's what they used to hear when they used to pass by you, is what I keep on hearing. So the space by which they saw them, and that's why I was hearing mother hens in a den, because they would see that, they would hear that song and think of you in relationality to wanting to approach you, but feeling like you weren't accessible to them, if that makes sense. Yeah, so interesting. And Julia, I got you. 1 card, highest and best. Please remember, guys, hold the 1 cards. We're about to get started on personals again. It says prepare for the apologies. But like, I want to like, that happened really fast. You know, whatever I'm seeing here, like I just keep on seeing, like I hear somebody saying to someone, why are you obsessed with them? Like it's giving me the energy of someone that refuses to let something go. I keep on hearing they refuse to let it go, and now everybody knows, is what I keep on hearing. They refuse to let it go, and now everybody knows, is all I keep on hearing. Yeah, Queen of Wands. Um, Especially with this Queen of Wands energy, because I just keep on hearing the same message in relationality. Remember, almost I keep on hearing somebody said to them, it almost seems like you're trying to elicit a reaction. is what I keep on seeing. You know, like it almost feels like it feels like somebody that, like, I can hear somebody saying to someone like that seems like that seems harsh, or that seems weird, you know? Like it feels like, it almost feels like, I gotta stress it, it almost feels like somebody, like I just keep on hearing words like unhealthy obsession, like the modality by which somebody, the obsession tried to drive a wedge, blank. It feels to, like, like whatever this is, like I said, it's not, it doesn't even feel to me like the modality by which, like, I feel like what's interesting about that is I feel like it's coming towards you to recognize the relationality to, I keep on hearing, if energy comes towards you, ask, like trying asking questions, that's your confirmation. If energy from the past comes towards you asking questions, that's your confirmation, right? It's saying to me like it's already, like, it almost feels like somebody, like it almost feels like somebody who's recognized or realized what happened there. But I need to point this out, and that's why the message was coming through, right? Like the modality, when we believe each other, we don't require explanation, is what I keep on getting. Sending you support on that journey. Yep. You're going to have to be the one to make it weird. Yeah, I like that. I have seen blips of him walking through my front door. Wow, that's wild, Ella. That's absolutely wild. Yeah, one moment, please. The thing is, like, I keep on hearing you guys are in each other's orbit now. I don't know why they're like that. That's what's coming through in that message, which says like, don't stress. Don't stress, because and the wild thing about it is I literally see somebody energetically frustrated because they were hoping to see you again too. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like, you can't miss something that's for you. Like, that's what I hear them saying too, you know? Hi, Kay. Good to see you, dear. Yes, Kath, I was looking for you before. Where were you? I was calling your name. I was calling your name. We were all calling your name. And now you're just asking me if you're on the list. Now you're asking me if you're on the list? Yes, you're on the list. I got you on the list. We were waiting for you. It's okay. You're so welcome, Ella. No problem, dear. I know it. Well, I'm surprised how quickly. I'm surprised, but I also feel like, I told you, it feels like somebody who pushed it. They pushed it. Yeah, yeah. That's what I say. Like, and you've got like, I've literally got an angelic guide being like, keep walking, keep walking, keep walking. Okay. Oh, well, I know. I'm sad to hear you can't sleep, but I'm very happy for us. That's exactly what they would do to me. Oh, yeah, to see things. Oh, that's the thing. I see somebody, it feels like it literally feels like the energy that was trying to, it's like, it's weird. Like, I feel energy going, now I have you in my clutches, is what I keep on seeing. Like, it almost feels like the type of energy that was trying to estrange you, to force an energetic confrontation with them. Like that type of energy, you know? Yeah, exactly. Hi there, Yaz. Oh, you're back too. Everybody's back now. Okay, wonderful. All right, well, we've got the list right now. And the list we have is we've got Yaz, we've got Kath, and we've got BB. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. Yeah, like and here's the thing about it, like, it's, and it's interesting because the wild thing about it, I'll just tell you right now before we get into it, Julia, I hear one of their guides, like, and it's never a good thing. Like, it's never a good thing when somebody else's guide is coming to me to articulate like what they did. I keep on hearing the song they did, you know, you do it to yourself, right? Like the fact that they see the fact that the guide's articulating that they're going through a karmic cycle because like I feel like they've got some kind of strange fantasy in like creating a face off between you and them. You know, like it's like that. Like it's weird. I don't like looking at it. It's like you know what I mean? It feels it's very creepy. I don't like it. Thank you, dear. All right. Yeah, it's very like yucko is the word for it. You know? It's like well, all right. We're gonna and that's why I feel like you're like just keep good. All right, we're gonna continue right now. Yeah, like you know, it's all right. Next person we're reading for right now. The next person we're reading for right now is like somebody's like got to stop watching so much like it feels very melodramatic. The next person we're reading for right now is Yaz. Yaz, if you're here, yes, Hannah, the list is open if you'd like to get on it. You'll be the fourth person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private. Yaz had to step away again. I thought they were back here. Okay. Okay. All right. If Yaz isn't here, is Kath still in the room? Guys, help me help you. Help me help you. Okay, she said, I'm sorry if I missed that. Okay. Yeah, okay. Would you guys, I mean, listen, I know it's very late where Kay is, so we're gonna grab Kath, let me know what your question is. Let's drop that 1 card for Kay. Kay, can I get 1 card for Kay, please? Do you have a question, dear? All right. I know. Whoop. All right. Can I get 1 card for Kay? Highest priority, please. You shouldn't like if they're insisting that you have to make a decision, there is no decision. Right? Healthy energy does not make us navigate the space of choice. Right? And if there's a modality by which they're saying it makes me feel like you're choosing them over me, being like there's no choice, right? Like the modality, like I keep on hearing I keep on hearing the same message. There's no choice in a friendship, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, there's no choice. Like they're like someone that articulates a friend that articulates that you have to make a choice. Like the relationship has already gone like way off the like you're way off the rails, right? Like that's too much energy being put into a friendship, and the modality by which another person amplifies the fact that they feel like you're energetically choosing, right? Often the space by which another person is viewing things from that paradigm is the modality by which we feel, right? It often creates the space by which we feel like we have to move further away from it because it feels too energetically intense. I just keep on hearing the same message coming through, which says a friendship should feel like a friendship should feel like it heals, right? It's something it doesn't feel like, and it's interesting too, because like as soon as I started reading for this, like my hand started itching, right? Which is like it's like the space by which we shouldn't feel like a relationship puts something in our hands, right? It should just feel good to have, like it's good to be there for each other, right? It's the modality by which we just like it's something like we don't build too much into the intensity of like how we effectively are obligated into the friendship. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the blank one. I feel like I see you going through a maturation cycle right now. And the hard part with the maturation cycle is often the energy that articulates and says, like, I feel like your priorities are in the wrong place. Like, make sure that you're saying, again, what would you have me do? Right? That's the question. That's the question that you should be bringing to anything irrational that's directed towards you? What would you have me do? And if someone can't amplify it, then you've just recognized what the issue is. Sending you support on that journey. All right. I've got you, Kath. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll do that again after the next reading. So good to see you, Kay. All right, and I've got you, Kath. Let's pin up Kath here. Okay, what's going on with that energy? Can I please get 4 cards with them? Yeah. So weird. Yeah. You know, and the reason I'm smiling, like, I'm sorry, like, the reason I'm smiling, and it's really like weird. The song that was coming through, like, as soon as I started this reading, the song that was coming through was, it was Turn the Beat Around, which is like, again, what's with these old songs, man? Like these old songs, like that's, and I want to just like, it feels like somebody that has a real deep tendency of getting very nostalgic on the past. But the thing you have to recognize, like, the thing with that song is, when nostalgia becomes kitsch when we don't know what to do with it. I don't know why that's important, is what I keep on hearing. Like, there's something I keep on getting, and I just keep on hearing, and it's a very that's actually very interesting. Nostalgia becomes kitsch when we don't know what to do with it, is all I keep on hearing in relationality to like a situation or circumstance. And like, I see somebody with this deep love of sentimentality. But the hard thing is, and this is why, right? This is why we have to be very conscientious in relationality to not being overly sentimental. Okay? Because when we're energetically overly sentimental, right? This kind of message is coming through. When we're energetically overly sentimental, people sometimes miss the sentiment part and they just see the mental part, is what I keep on seeing. And and I need to describe, and this is often what happens, right? Because what is the sound What is the sound that you usually have when you're navigating someone who's overly sentimental, right? I hear energy. It's like I hear their energy being like, turn the beat around, and then I hear you saying, I'm standing right here. Like you might like I'm standing right here, which is the modality. And I feel like this is something that happens with them a lot that they don't seem to pick up upon, which is the modality by which our sentiment, when we hold on to when we're too sentimental on things, we damage the present. And how does sentiment damage the present? Because when another person is overly sentimental, when they have that tendency of only talking about what has happened to them, all another person hears is everything about another person. And it's the space by which it feels like they haven't let go of someone. So I see that it feels to me like whatever you experience, if this was something that you experienced with them, by which they were perpetually, right, perpetually regaling you with stories upon what happened. And then meanwhile, you're like, I am standing right here. And the thing that's funny about that is I keep on hearing, I'm standing right here in two different ways, right? Like I'm standing right here in the modality of saying, hi, I'm your future. Hello. Hi, I'm here. I'm your future. I'm here to deliver the future to you. And meanwhile, someone's like, yeah, they, like literally completely obsessed with just talking about the past. And the future is just standing in front of them going, I'm standing right here. They have that tendency. And then somebody goes away. And then what do? They get sentimental about the future that they literally let go, they lost. And why did they lose that future? Because they were being overly sentimental on the future that they lost. And how did they lose that future? They were being energetically overly sentimental about the future that they lost. And on and on and on it goes. It goes, turn the beat around, right? Like that's what I keep on hearing in relationality to someone. It's happening again. I keep on hearing you've become the nostalgia moment. You've become the nostalgia moment they're hurting another person in the present experience with. You've become the nostalgia moment that they're literally damaging the present with. And I can hear the space of another person going through the same experience that you yourself went to. And I just keep on hearing someone be like, I'm standing right here, which is the modality of someone saying, do you recognize that you continually talking about that past person is literally irrevocably damaging any possibility of a future with the person that they're currently with, is what I keep on hearing. Like that's all I'm getting in relate. Like it's just, I keep on hearing, like you could set it like, and you could, they're doing it again. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, Ace of Pentacles. Sigh. And I feel like you had a conversation with someone about this. I feel like you tried to have a conversation about I feel like you literally, I don't know what you said. I don't know, like I don't know what it was. Did you have a conversation with someone being like, if you're so like, where are they? You know, especially if there was a modality by which someone compared you to their past person, and you saying to them, if they were so great, why weren't they here? Aren't they here? Right? It's very convenient. It's very convenient to idealize the past, right? Because when we don't recognize our tendency of idealizing the past, we wreck our present with it. Because the modality that I see that someone sentimentalizes the fact that whatever they lost was the best thing they ever had is a very convenient place. It's a very convenient place to live, right? The nostalgia is a really convenient place to live, right? Because the mind is really bad at holding pain. When you live in nostalgia, everything was beautiful and nothing hurt. It also is delusional, right? because the modality by which they sentimentalize is not helping to recognize the fact that they're failing to see what effectively damaged the situation that makes it the fact that it's not their present. So I just keep on seeing. That's why I was hearing that song, because it feels like it's happening again. The only problem is now you've become the energetic source of the nostalgia by which they're presently hurting someone with. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 30K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. I'm just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And we're also at 30.4K likes, friends. Hold on. They're over here writing a whole book. Yep. Hannah, the list is open if you'd like to get on it. And I've got you on the list here. We've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. Hold on. Who had brunch? Everyone is here now. Yes, now everyone is here. This is the way it goes. Can't find everybody. Then everybody shows up. It's like, it's like herding. I love you guys. It's like herding cats. It's great. Thank you. All right. All right, where were we? Thank you as well. Kay, so good to see you, dear. Everyone is here. Exactly. It's crazy because I didn't think they had that in them. Oh, sending you support, Julia. Yeah, and yes, thank you, Minnie, for the heart knees. I appreciate you too. Yeah, thank you for that, Nikki. I missed that part. Excellent. You're so welcome, Kay. And I hope that helps. I don't see you in the I don't think you would ever make, like, here's the thing about, I don't think you're ever in the context. Like, the fact that you're asking me that is a resounding space that it's not, like, you would not do that, is what I keep on hearing. And the fact that you're asking is almost like it's articulating the fact that it's not coming from your perspective. Continue to heal in that way. Continue to, again, I like to point this out, a healthy relationship will also want you to choose yourself too. Sending you support, Phoenix. I know the blank card coming up there. You're so welcome, Kay. So good to see you today. Oh, I want to celebrate with you. You got it, Nikki. I'm sorry you did get it. Well done. Wait, why didn't I see the frog comes through? You didn't. I didn't see you. What are you talking? I didn't see you write frog. Did frog get filtered? Did you say frog and it got filtered? I didn't. I literally don't see your animal spirit there. No, Nikki, we didn't celebrate because it didn't show up. I'll be listening. Oh, get some good rest, Kay. It did not. Did it filter you getting the animal spirit card right? That is hilarious. No, you didn't see it either, right? You didn't see it either. Okay, thank you. Oh, no, Nikki. Yeah, Ella, you've been getting it too, Ella. Nostalgic. Yeah, I like that. It's okay. Yeah, I'm guilty. Especially, I keep wondering if your ears are ringing, Kath. Yeah, sending it back. Agree to that. And Taro, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, dear. Oh, he took offense. You see, and that's what I mean for someone who talks about it. Like, it says to me, like, the space by which another person, right? Sentimentality, Kath, sentimentality is also, you understand this, right? Sentimentality is also getting too angry about somebody asking a simple question about it. That's also over sentimentality. Too much emotion connected to the past, right? Don't go there. When you're in it, when you've healed from a healthy relationship, you don't mind talking about it. So that's where I see the over sentimentality coming through. How dare you how dare you that indicates the fact that someone's still holding something too close to themselves. Yep, thank you as well, Tarot. Yeah, it's a cycle. It's a very safe space to live. It's a very safe space to live. It's also very detrimental, right? All you have to sacrifice when you're living in nostalgia is ever having a happy present, right? That's what, it's very comfortable. But all you have to do is continually be in the space by which you're giving up any possibility of having it in the present. Because the past, they've got to heal that. Because they just keep on irrevocably damaging things because they're holding the past with too much sentimentality. Yeah, exactly. Beautifully stated, Nikki. It's a mental purgatory. Yeah. Justice for the frog, Nikki. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. We're gonna get to it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, we're celebrating you instead, Nikki. It's not justice for Frog, it's justice for Nikki. It won't let me. That's really, I can see Frog now. I can see you saying Frog now just fine. I felt that before when we were still together. I felt that they were comparing me. Well, and I feel like that's the evidence to it, right? If we're not holding on to the past so tightly, we don't mind talking about it. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on, just reading over. Like, it's the how dare you instead of I'd be happy to discuss it. Absolutely. Okay, let me say that. Yeah. Oh, let me say it that time. What the heck? Yeah. Oh, I'm glad. Put it, please post it. Please post the proof on the disco. I want to see it too. Oh, that's wild. And Kristen, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, BB. I appreciate that. Spirit has jokes today. It's funny too, because it reminds me of that frog, like the frog that dances until you try to put like the camera on it, and then it goes like this. Yeah, I mean, well, and that's the thing about it. Like, it feels like they're summoning you, like they're utilizing, they're articulating you as like and I can see like it's yeah, you've now become that ideal, right? everything everything was better with them. That fails to recognize the mess, right? The mess that they're making in the space by which they're idealizing and going, everything was better with them, as they continue to destroy like any present possibility of finding happiness. Oh, when you're on the list, Liz, you just get added on the list for a reading. So the list currently, if you get on, you will be the 5th person read for. Yeah. Yeah, sending you support on that journey, Kath. How are you doing today, Mia? Kay, I don't think my comment came through, but the palm, oh, thank you, Kay. I don't think my comment came through, but the palm itching thing is a tick that you do when you're anxious. Thank you, because it like stopped immediately. Like, it stopped immediately after I finished the reading. I also see that. You said you're going to bed and you're still chatting. You're so welcome, Kath. Grand Rising, Carly. Oh my God, I said spirit on accident. Oh, that's too wild, Nikki. Agree. When you're healed, it's not a big deal to talk about. It was the same message coming through. That was the evidence of them being too sentimental on the past, right? The refusal to talk about it because they're still holding it preciously, right? Liz, these are donation-based readings, so all you have to do is send the donation. You'll be added to the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. Or I also offer free 1-card readings for superfans. So if you'd like to become a superfan, I can also draw a card for you. Excellent. Join the typo club. I love it. Excellent. Thank you for the help, Kay. I appreciate you, dear. You got to go to sleep. Don't worry about working. Yeah, exactly. You know the frog, Bridget. Yep, you're so welcome, dear. Yeah, everyone missed too much, but if I go quiet, that's why. No problem, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is BB. BB, if you're here, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific, sorry. I'm like trying to like get your reading out and I'm just seeing like Justice for Frog popping up all over my feed. Sorry. I've got you, BB. So good to see you. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Okay, I've got it. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fox. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, and I'm going to pin up BB here. I have a topic. Excellent. I'm intrigued. Guys, make sure to give BB a follow. Also, a wonderful reader. Good to see you, dear. All right. What's the topic? You got me sitting here with bated breath. What are we talking? I just want to make sure that the rest of it didn't get filtered. Okay. Oh, okay. I keep dreaming of celebrities. Okay, hold on a minute. I keep dreaming of celebrities, and I'm wondering why different celebrities keep showing up as friends in the dream space. Got it. Okay. Yep. Can I get 4 cards, please? Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, it's a little bit difficult because I do have one of your guides articulating that it's a little bit of a case by case basis here in relationality to like what some of those energetic figures represent is what I keep on seeing. And I'm just going to give you, and this is the hard part about it. And this is often like, you probably recognize this in the landscape of like, you'll notice that I have a deviation point in relationality to how I do dream interpretation versus others, right? There isn't necessarily the modality of saying like this equals that in the dream space. And that's why I keep on hearing the fact that you've got one of these guides coming through saying case by case basis, because the thing I'm identifying that's potentially happening as it relates to those figures coming towards you in the dream space is, and I want you to, like, I'm kind of going to make you, I'm effectively going to leave you in the context of having to do a little bit of energetic homework. It's also not going to be helpful in any way, shape, or form if you mention celebrities to me, because I'm terrible at that. I'm terrible. I'm like so bad. I'm like, who? But the modality by which we recognize, and I keep on seeing, and we're gonna kind of work through this. Like, 'cause, yeah, this is like total goldfish energy here. But the modality by which we understand that, and this is why it's interesting. because you use the term, and this is important. You specifically chose to use the term celebrity, okay? And the identification point of celebrity. And this is the work that you need to do in the dream space in relationality to understanding why they're arriving there. Is what do you celebrate about that person? What creates the characteristic by which you articulate that they are being energetically celebrated? Because I keep on hearing, and that's why I keep on getting in the dream space in relationality to the guides, that it really says specifically that there's something that's happening there in relationality to the case by case basis, depending upon what you associate to them. So one of the things I would articulate that you can do, right? I mean, and this is often what I do with those who I work with in the dream space, is what do you immediately associate with that individual? Because what I see that's happening right now in your dream space, and it's interesting too, because I'm not sure why. I'm just reading into the cards that I'm seeing here. I feel like there's something you're doing right now. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but I feel like you're healing your relationship to feminine. I see that there's a heavy Queen of Swords presence in this reading. And the one thing I would say, and again, it's always hard when I'm trying to do, I'm trying to understand why they keep on popping up, and I've got a guide here that's helping to recognize. I feel like you're going through a transformational cycle right now. And often what happens with transformational cycles is the modality by which we recognize that our own opinions around something or someone change. So I would also be very, very curious if some of the figures that are appearing in that dream space are energetically, I keep on hearing, are they present heroes or are they childhood heroes? Are these identification points of someone that you currently look up to, right? Like someone that you currently feel that sense of, I keep on hearing that sense of energetic appreciation for, or someone that a past self used to energetically revere. Because without getting too much understanding on the actual dreams, this is what I see that the guides are trying to help you with in the modality of bringing that energy into the dream space, because it's helping you recognize how much the current self has changed in relationality to how you perceive that individual. And I want to, and again, without getting too deep into I don't know who or what is showing up there, but these are some of the questions that I think that are, and I feel like a lot of it is coming through in relationality to you healing your relationship to feminine energy, right? Because it's saying to me the ability, and I like to point this out, this is you coming into a maturation point. Because the modality by which there may have been an experience, right? And this is often what happens, right? This is why I like to point out, this is often why our music tastes change often as we come into maturation points, right? The modality by which we work through something, this is the past version of self, right? You see the past version of self, that it feels much more like a combative space, right? Do you see that combative space? Do you see this Queen of Swords? It's a lot of that, do you see the combativeness here between the Magician in its reversal and the articulation of the feminine being it's a lot of that, like fight me kind of energy. You see that? A lot of that, but look at the present person now, right? Good input, good output, right? What we put into the earth is what we grow, is all I keep on hearing in relationality to those dreams. Pay attention, right? If you want something good to come out of the ground, you have to plant good seeds, right? The identification point, right? And this is what I see that's happening right now in relationality to the observation in terms of how you may have perceived in the past versus the present, right? Like there's a lot of this energetic gimme energy here, right? You're not delivering, right? Like a lot of that feeling in terms of the sense of projecting forward, right? Like a lot of that energy pushing out in relationality to how they're energetically navigating something. But this is saying to me the dream is trying to show you. I keep on hearing we don't demand, like we don't demand the earth grow flowers. We put our hands in the earth, right? We articulate and we understand, like, and I feel like that is a little bit like I feel like I keep on hearing like some kind of messages coming through in relationality to the dream space of the past self saying like, why aren't you giving me flowers, right? Where are my flowers? Versus the energy that says, if I want flowers, I have to plant seeds. I can't demand beauty from something if I'm not willing to do the work to allow the beauty to effectively grow. And so I feel like what's happening, and this is like a little bit of that homework that I'm talking about, when these individuals come up, especially if there's something that you hold a deep connection to, I think that the work you should do is look at the past self, right? Especially if there's a connection there in terms of childhood. How did the unhealed inner child perceive something? And how does the present self perceive it? And here's the thing that's important. It's okay if you notice a change, because if you notice a change, the guides want you to recognize how far you've come on that journey. Bottom of the deck, moon card, right? And I want to point this out, this isn't about who those individuals actually are, right? Because you have to understand the guides like to work with, the guides don't like, the thing with the guides is sometimes it's hard to invent new, but like it's not the space by which it's like, especially if it feels like, and I want to point this out, especially if there's some modality by which it feels like you've got beef, like between, like especially I feel like I've got this little like energy here about some kind of conflict space that's potentially happening. Remember, it's the dream space. It's not the personification of the individual. It's not necessarily the space by which that could actually be the person. But the guides the guides move towards us in the space of knowing like what we see in others. So I feel like there's something about the space of them arriving in that dream that almost creates the catalyst for you to help understand what you feel that particular person energetically exemplifies to you, even if, right, it doesn't feel completely characteristic to who you know them to be, is what I keep on hearing. Who are they to you, not who they are, is what I keep on getting, because that is a lot of the work that I see that you're also working through right now in relationality to, like I keep on hearing, understanding or recognizing how much you have grown or how much you have changed. And I keep on hearing that the nice thing that the guides are recognizing is those individuals can serve as healthy, like they can serve to help us in terms of identifying how our own opinions on things change, because there's an immediate association that we draw to them based upon our history with them, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And guys, make sure to give BB a follow, also a very talented reader. We are going to continue right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, just bear with me a moment. Yes. Don't gaslight her, Bridget. Hold on again. Yeah, and I think, yep. And this is what I mean, like in the modality by which I see, like the space by which you identify that they're friends, right? It's thank you so much for that beautiful gift. Like that is the active conversation in relationality to how you feel that they're like what they feel representative to you, right? Yeah, exactly. Bridget. Morning. Thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Avatar. Like last night. Yeah, you see again, this is the wrong part. Like you're gonna name people and I'm gonna be like I'm really bad with this. Yep, exactly. Yes, Stella, there is still a spot here. Absolutely. So, and again, that's what I mean in relationality to working into the context of what are your immediate, like when you come out of that space, what are your immediate associations? And I keep on seeing, especially with that feminine energy there, like what are your immediate associations in connection with that energy, but also in relationality to the conversation in terms of how they carry feminine energy, right? How they hold the feminine energy. Bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Yeah, that's wild though. And thank you for having that. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. But that's interesting because again, the fact that there's a lot of different ones coming up is saying to me like it's helping you identify or work through what energetically, like what they energetically represent to you, right? Yeah, because and you've articulated, thank you for confirmation about the fact that you feel like your musical tastes have changed a lot. Mm-hmm. That is beautiful. I'm so glad that resonates. And thank you again for having that reading with me, dear. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, I'm looking for Hannah. Hannah, thank you for, if you can let me know if we're doing a general. I think you already posted it in the disco. And Stella, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Hannah. We've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I got you, Hannah. Thank you, dear. And we are also at 37.2K likes. When we get to 50K, we'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Oh, Heather, you're back. Excellent. Again, Heather, I don't know if you were here. I know that you felt like you had to leave to get triggered. I tried to clarify myself. I wasn't sure if you were in the room when I clarified. But again, I hope that I'm not sure if you were there for that conversation, but I'm happy to clarify that as well. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next we've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And just bear with me a moment. I'm also going to pin up Hannah here. I got you, dear. Guys, make sure to give Hannah some love. And where are we? Where'd the question go? There we go. Is this inside T or outside T, Hannah? Hold on a minute. Oh, we got a dream. Excellent. Look, I'm trying to do like a little dream sound whenever we're doing a dream reading. This is the best I got right now. What do we think? Ta-da! Okay. Sorry. I like to I got you, Hannah. Outside. Some of it may need to stay inside. as it could be triggering. I completely understand, and thank you for letting me know. I like the fact that every time I do that, it comes out with like a totally weird sound. There's no way to know what the sound is going to sound like because I don't know how to play it. All right. All right. I've got it here. Okay. Okay. So I will, before we continue in the space of this dream, there are some triggering aspects to this dream. So I'm going to be very conscientious in relationality to communicating in such a way, but just be warned that there is a trigger warning, potentially around SA. Okay. And thank you for notifying us that about it in relationality to the dream space. Okay. So I've had some really intense dreams the last week or so. For example, 2 nights ago, I had a dream and a serial killer was trying to assault me. I managed to call 911, but even after I did, they did not leave. The dream was short because right as I started, I heard a loud noise that jolted me awake, pulling me out of the situation before anything else could happen. Then last night, I had a dream that I was dating a woman, even though that's not something that I've experienced in real life. I spent the entire day at their parents' house, their dad's house, with her family. We went on a walk together and saw the most beautiful trees. I felt uneasy about eating their food, almost like I owed them something or needed to pay them back. The relationship itself was complicated. She had 2 other boyfriends, and I had to share her attention. My mom was with me and my son at a mall, and I was trying to plan something meaningful, like doing something together for Valentine's Day. My girlfriend was with one of her boyfriends, and I felt anxious about being intimate with my girlfriend after she had been intimate with her boyfriend. The tone shifted sharply with my mom, my son, and I walking along a busy street. My son suddenly ran across the road and fell into a deep hole filled with water. I sprinted toward them and reached into the water, grabbing his leg. It was hard to pull him out, like something was holding him down. When I finally got him out, the dream shielded me from the worst details, but I was told he wasn't going to survive, that he had hit his head or suffered some kind of fatal injury. The grief hit me with full force. I walked through a movie theater-like mall, screaming because I wanted everyone around me to feel the depth of my pain. The overwhelming emotional release carried me into waking up. 4 cards, please. Mm. Okay. So this is a shadow work dream. And the hard part, the hard part with shadow work dreams is it's working through the context of helping us recognize and identify our fear. And the thing you have to recognize with a shadow work dream is our fear is healthy, right? When we carry our fear in a healthy space, we can usually recognize the force of intention in relationality to what we are energetically afraid about. But what often happens in the context of a shadow work dream is a lot of unknown fears can come rising up into the surface. So the modality by which we work through them, we can recognize what it is that we are trying to work through, right? Like, what is something that we're trying to work through versus something that we're trying to let go of. The other thing that's very important to notate in relationality to a shadow work dream is shadow work dreams often show us things that have energetically already happened to us because our brains are often in the modality by which the brain effectively helps us recognize and identify, or it pulls into past memories. So, the modality by which we're able to effectively work through how we would feel about things, the dream space becomes a lot of that place because it helps us to effectively identify and recognize how we might energetically feel within the context of situations. Now, the first thing that we see that's happening right now in this dream space that's very, very intense is that the dream space is building you into the context of helping you recognize what feels like a gross violation, right? And this is talking about, right? This is working through the gross violation that we experience in relationality to another person, not honoring our energetic wishes, right? The modality and the experience by which you identified, like nothing could be clearer in the context of that first dream, right? And I want to describe that first dream, like the guides were effectively helping you to bring that forth to help you recognize what feels, like what feels in yourself, like what an energetic absolute violation would be. And that's what's hard because in the context by which you identified, you said somebody, right? Somebody was trying to hurt you. And they were also potentially trying, they weren't just trying to hurt you, but they were also, right, not be like, it's like the ultimate violation in relationality to someone trying to bring that pain upon your person. And even in the modality by which you tried to articulate for help, someone that was not mindful, they did not leave. So the dream was short because you heard a loud noise. And I want to point out, like, the reason that the guides, like, the reason that, thank goodness a dream like that is very short because you would not want a dream like that to be long, right? So that modality by which you recognize and you feel that, we're now going to effectively recognize and we're going to effectively work through. And what's interesting about that is the space by which we see that the following dreams are working into the space of navigating healthy boundaries. We can almost identify the work that the guides are doing, right? The work that the guides are doing internally to help you identify, right? The difference between something that feels like an energetic violation, right? The space by which we feel energetically violated because someone has absolutely no care, cause, or concern for our standards and boundaries versus working through an intimacy wound. And what is hard when we're trying to heal an intimacy wound? The navigating point that often when we're trying to heal an intimacy wound, it is the modality of understanding the discomfort we feel as we're working to energetically heal it. So I would not be surprised if you have some kind of trauma in the context of feeling energetically violated. And the modality by which we do that, it makes it harder, right? It makes it harder to heal an intimacy wound because it's very easy for the mind to feel energetically triggered back to the point by which we felt like we were navigating an energetic violation. Now we see in that first space that you identified the context by which you are in a relationship that you haven't experienced before. And so the modality by which you are working through that is trying to sort through, right, what feels energetically healthy in terms of navigating something that you haven't experienced before, like working through the surrealness, right? But then working into the I keep on hearing having to navigate. Do you see how the trauma wound is cropping back up even in the modality by which you're navigating something that you feel energetically comfortable upon? Because you said that everything was fine, right? Everything was fine in that context, a lovely day, right? you're in the context with someone that you care about, and you're in the space of meeting their family. So if that's the case, why did your mind immediately slip into the uneasiness about the food? Like you felt the sense of owing them something or needing to pay them back because you've navigated the trauma, right? You've navigated the trauma before, and I would not be surprised if you had some kind of trauma in relationality to someone forcing your boundary and then trying to articulate that you owed it to them because they gave something to you, right? And here's the thing about it. Healthy energy, and I feel like this is what the guides are trying to show you in that dream. Healthy energy, gifts do not have demands attached to them, right? Healthy energy, a nice thing is just a nice thing. But when we've experienced trauma, we get afraid of receiving nice things because what does trauma say? I gave you something nice and now you owe me, right? I gave you something nice, but I wasn't actually nice. I was doing that because I'm energetically greedy. So the modality of understanding that that is something that you have to perpetually work through, right? The dream space is almost helping you to see, right, where the trigger is, but also understanding, and this is the beauty of it, right? You identify the space of the complication that you potentially have to navigate that others don't experience because you've been in situations like that, right? And then you also articulated, and this was a continuation of that point, because then you described the fact, like you already were going through that one emotional complication moment, right? And you said, and then you articulated, and then you started to define more upon the complexity of the relationship. Now you identified the fact that it wasn't just a relationship between you or another person, but there was other energy invested in it as well. So we see now the unfolding of the energetic complication. And it's interesting that even in the modality by which you articulated that, you spoke about the fact that in the dream space that you were with your mother, right, and your child in the mall, and you were trying to plan something meaningful, like doing something special on a special day. But then you felt a lot of that anxiety in relationality to thinking about the energetic connection. And this is the important thing that we see in relationality to that. And this is a little bit, and I want to stress, if you want a little bit of homework to take it with you outside of this dream, and this is interesting because you left this a little bit of a blank territory. Was the anxiety, okay, was the anxiety that you felt directed towards the counterpart in that space of the dream, was it a concern for you, or was it a concern for them? And that is something that I would ask you to energetically pursue in relationality to working into navigating the shadow work that you're working to heal from. Because it's interesting that even in the context by which you articulated that you were worried about them, you did not go into detail in relationality to what the fear was. And there's something important to be defined there in relationality to whether you felt the fear that was directed towards the self or the protectiveness of them, because it's showing you where the anxiety is directed, particularly and especially in relationality to what, and this is what we talk about with the shape of shadow work. We always want to confront the unnameable fear, right? Like moving out of the anxiety space, right? Not being like, I'm worried, but being like, what are you energetically afraid of? And that's what we see is happening there. Like the guides are kind of showing you that there's that energetic blank spot there in order to help you work through what those anxieties or fears are. You then define the fact that the tone shifted sharply to your mother and your child walking along a busy street. And then you identify the feeling of, again, and again, we can tell that this is a shadow work dream because what's happening there is unreal, right? You identify the fact of something happening and your child moving into a deep hole with water in it, something that would never happen in the context of real life. And you said that you sprinted to reach them and you tried to reach into the water, grabbing their leg, but it was hard to pull them out, like something was holding them down. So what we see, right, and you see how clever the guides are, right? The guides identified a blank spot in your thinking, right? What is going on there? What are you energetically anxious about? And the architecture of what you are anxious about starts to manifest in the space of the energetic child. The modality by which you can't see what's going on there, but you're worried that someone's holding them there, right? The modality by which you were trying to reach them in terms of, and this is the important thing about that, you said it felt like something was holding them down, right? And that is the experience, like working through the trauma space of what you yourself have experienced, the energetic anxiety or fear in relationality to something that happened to you that was a real true trauma as it relates to your own consent being violated, the anxiety of feeling the fear of that happening to another, and the modality experience and the fact that you said it felt like someone was holding them down. You then said when they finally got out, the dream, and I love this point in terms of understanding how caring and kind your guides are, right? Because you articulate the fact that you said the dream shielded me from the worst details. You didn't need those effective details because it's the understanding or recognizing of the fact that the dream itself, I mean, it's interesting that you articulate the fact that you feel the dream was shielding you from something, because the guides, it's not the fact that they're shielding you, it's that they're helping you see where the source of the anxiety and the fears are coming from. And in that way, that is your greatest shield, right? That is the shield. The shield is the understanding and recognition of what the fears are, because when we understand and recognize our fears, we can understand what fear is healthy and reasonable versus something that we need to put down. You then said you then had the worst modality of feeling the sense of not being able to someone not being able to energetically survive. And you said that the grief hit you. And then you said that you wanted to move through screaming because you wanted everyone around to feel the depth of one's own pain. This is, again, it's working through the reasonable fear. And the reason that we keep on seeing this, and this is what's important about this, everybody in your dream is you. So the modality, right? The modality by which you literally energetically witnessed, right? The space by which you witnessed something that energetically happened to you in the form represented of your child, the screaming that you were doing wasn't for them. It was for you. It was being able to effectively have the modality by which you could energetically express it. Potentially, if there was a situation or circumstance by which you felt like you had to move away from something and you never had the opportunity of letting another person know that it happened. So this is the guides that are helping you heal that. I know it's painful, but they're helping you heal that in the dream space by allowing you to experience it outside the self, because it's giving you the opportunity to express the grief that you had at that moment, that you felt that you couldn't release because it was happening to you. And like you said, the person that did it to you wouldn't let you leave and wouldn't let you tell anyone, which is why they said you tried to call for help. You tried to call for help and you could not do so. So the dream is helping you to heal that wound by giving you the context by which you can feel the safety of being able to reasonably express it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, King of Swords, right? It's very heavy when we carry wounds like this, because often the space by which we feel, right, the violation that occurs, that it feels like we can't articulate to others, right, the feeling that we often carry, right, and this is often what the guides show us in the dream space, saying it hurts, right, it hurts when we see it with another person. You deserve to have, you are allowed to have that grief for something that energetically happened to you too, because that feeling of experiencing something is helping to work through what you're energetically carrying with you, right? And it even shapes the way that you see perfectly reasonable situations, right? This is the hard part with trauma. if we could let go of it, it wouldn't be trauma. But the guides are effectively helping, right? They're creating these modalities in the space of the shadow work dream that it gives you the context of being able to effectively release it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 38.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're topping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Okay. And bear with me a moment. Just reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. It's okay. It's okay, Rainbow. And listen, I deeply appreciate you communicating your needs at that moment and doing the thing that you needed to do. And Hannah, thank you so much, dear, for also allowing for that trigger warning. Yes. I love how intent she is thinking, making the sound. Thank you, Avatar. No problem, Rainbow. That sound reminds me of a xylophone in Greece during the morning announcements. Okay, I don't mind that. And thank you, Ava, for getting on the list. We've got 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. Hi there, Yaz. Welcome back. And Tempest, I've got you on the list as well. Thank you. We've got 1 more spot available today before the list will be closed. Yes, I have lots. I can see where all that trauma, like this is the energy. Like these are the guides saying, like, do you recognize how heavy what you're carrying is? And sending you so much support on that journey. And thank you, Tempest, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, I have a feeling, and this is where it comes from, right? The anxiety of the trauma that you experience, where someone wasn't truly being nice to you, but was being falsely nice with the expectation that they would receive something from you. Good afternoon. Good to see you, Mystic. I've avoided dating for years to try to heal this wound. It's so complicated, but this is where I feel like a lot of this shadow work is coming through, right? The modality of helping to understand. I keep on hearing the modality of recognizing the full force of the trigger that happens, right? I keep on hearing even on a perfectly nice day, like you said, even in the space of the dream, everything's absolutely fine, couldn't be better, right? But and this is why it's so hard, because when you're experiencing something where another person is being falsely nice to you, it's hard to work through the space that isn't happening again. I was concerned about myself. Okay, thank you for confirming. But this is the space by which you're finding the context outside of spaces that's helping you recognize that you deserve that too, right? The modality of care that was effectively you are becoming in the dream space, the person that would have protected you from those experiences. And yes, the list is open, Ava. I've got you on the list. Continuous healing. Tap to claim. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments deeply. I know these dreams can get very intense. So again, thank you collectively for helping each other through them. And thank you, Stella, for getting on the list, and thank you for sending that message. Yes, and thank you again for the trigger warning. Thank you guys for taking care of each other even as we navigate difficult things. Yes, I've got you on the list here. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Rainbow. And as I mentioned, we've got 1 more spot available before the list will be closed. Rainbow, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And my friends, we're also at 40K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Thank you, dear. And while we wait, yes, I'll be happy to read the list, Stella. For anybody who's on the list right now, if I haven't named you, please give me your name and the initial where you sent the donation, not the full name of where you sent it. The apps don't like to hear the other apps' names. So we've got here Rainbow, Yasmin, Stella, Ava, Tempest. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, we've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. So, and while we wait for Rainbow's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the bull. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And Rainbow, I haven't seen your question come through yet, so it might be getting filtered. So if you've posted it, can you repost it? Got it. And I'm going to pin up Rainbow here, guys. Make sure to give Rainbow some love. Guidance on shifting into receiving energy. You've got a bunch of cards that came up. They were all bottom of the deck. So we're going to read for all of them because that's what we do here. So I feel like there's something really important. And it's interesting too, because I keep on getting the modality of working through, and I keep on hearing when I'm reading for you right now. The one thing that I feel like you have to clear is I'm patiently waiting to receive. Receiving is an activation. And I keep on hearing receiving is an act of discernment, is what I keep on getting. Because and the way we can usually discern is that when we're energetically receiving in the way that we aspire to receive, what we're receiving is energetically reciprocal to what we ourselves are giving. It doesn't require us. It doesn't require us to be in a latent state, but rather the other recognition that we can be actively receiving, right? And the way that we actively receive, and this is the thing about it, when you want to actively receive, start giving, right? The modality by which we become, like we energetically embody and become the force that we aspire to receive back in turn, right? And what happens in those modalities is when we are in the receptive state, then we are giving forth exactly what we anticipate to receive back in turn. And once we do that, we just recognize and understand if it feels like it's energetically reciprocal, right? And what's beautiful about it is when we're navigating from a space of reciprocity, we don't do so with the expectation of receiving something energetically back. It's like, I like to point it out, it's like the promise that we give to the universe again and again and again that amplifies and articulates to the universe, I've got your back, right? I'm energetically becoming the force of change that I hope to see in the world, right? I'm actively becoming the energetic force by which I myself am hoping to receive back in kind. Because when we think about receptivity, not as a patient state, but as an activation, right? We get busy, right? Watch how busy one becomes as you're waiting to receive. And then the universe sees you, and the universe says, what are you doing? And you say back to the universe, I'm being very busy. And the universe goes, what are you being busy with? I'm being busy in terms of what I'm trying to receive, right? I'm putting that out all over the place. I'm putting it out here, I'm putting it out there, I'm putting it out everywhere. And the next thing we know, right? The thing that we are energetically seeking, we become the source of that activation. And we allow the modality by which the universe sees us in our busyness, right? They see us in our busyness. They see us on our business effectively accumulating and building upon something. And the universe says, can I give you a little bit of that too? Can I do that too? And we say, yeah, sure. If you want to do that, it looks like that looks great. I'd like to do that too. And so we start to effectively come into this space by which we don't need to wait upon things, right? The fallacy of receptivity is that it's a latent state. If you want to receive something, get those hands busy, right? Start energetically creating. Start creating here, there, and everywhere. Because and the modality by which you'll be so busy, right? You'll be so busy energetically creating that not only are you going to feel the energetic fulfillment, not only do you feel the energetic fulfillment in becoming the force by which you hope to receive, but in the same way, you help others that feel that same inclination, that say, oh my goodness, you are giving the same way that I myself give, right? It serves as an energetic beacon to those that want to effectively come towards you in that way. So I feel like there's something really beautiful about that. And I think that there's something interesting that I'm seeing here. Like particularly and especially as it relates to, and I keep on hearing, being able to energetically surrender the outcome of that force of intention, right? Because when we're in that space, right? And so I keep on saying the space by which you say, I'm going to leave myself ready to receive by giving and giving and giving, by becoming that energetic force that I hope to see in the world. And the modality by which you do so, a letting go of the expectation in relationality to what you expect back in kind. Because here's the thing with expectations that we have to understand. When we hold on to our expectations too tightly, we don't allow the universe to energetically surprise us, right? And this is what we always have to say with our expectation, right? We don't come towards the universe and demand. We say, I'd like this, or better, or better, or better, which is the modality by which you say to the universe, I am actively waiting for you to blow my mind, right? Or better, like make sure that you add an or better to that is what I keep on seeing, because the modality by which, right? The modality by which you work on something and you feel that energetic frustration and you feel like something's not happening, the modality by which something could be happening in a way that you are even that effectively escapes your wildest dreams, right? The modality by which we arrive in that space. This is why it's so important, right? This is why it's so important that we let go of our expectations in relationality to our manifestation, because the modality by which we recognize and identify what our force of intention is can often be the space by which the universe surpasses, right? Like the universe, we feel the energetic delight in those modalities by which what we're expecting is vastly surpassed by the possibility of anything that we could have energetically expected. And I do feel like, and this is the thing about, I see a lot, this is why we talk about that path work of surrender, because those modalities by which you go towards the universe and you say, this is what I'm doing. This is all that I'm giving to it. Hey, surprise me, right? What does the universe say? Away we go, right? Here we go, right? You're gonna feel a little bit dizzy, right? You're gonna feel a little bit spun around. You're gonna feel a little bit like disoriented as you allow for that modality of something energetically happening, because that space or that place by which we're leaving ourselves in the modality by which we're effectively saying, right? And this is what we work through with the manifestation. We don't say give me, they say help me get there, right? I'm working with you. Like I am right there. Like we're like that is you. Like I keep on hearing, like, think about that manifestation like a high five to the universe, right? Being like, I'm like if I don't like I'm putting that energy out there. I'm putting it forward. And the modality by which you look at that and you just say to yourself in that point, like, this is what I'm looking for and this is all I gave in that direction today, that becomes its own point of energetic satisfaction. Bottom of the deck, I know it's not easy, right? It's thankless stuff, right? But but this is what we talk about, right? I like to point out the beauty of the love that we put out into the world is the space by which we say, I would do it anyway, right? It's the modality by which we amplify and articulate that what we find, right? The modality of what we find there is not calibrated in relationality to what we get back, but the ability of effectively finding ourselves in the space by which we say to ourselves, not only am I working towards my manifestations, but I wouldn't have it any other way, right? The modality by which we understand that that is the space by which we energetically see ourselves. It's not just the ability of saying, like, I'm going to go, and this is the hard part about it, right? It shouldn't create the space in you that says it's okay. Like, I'll just suffer. I'll just suffer until I get to my manifestation. Because when I get to my manifestation, I'm going to be happy, right? Like, we can never do that. Like, there's never, you can already see the direction that that goes in the modality by which we identify and go, yeah, if I just suffer now, if I just keep on suffering, when I get to my manifestation, there'll be happiness there. We have to allow the context of finding joy on the journey. And I feel like those are your words of power to help you work towards your manifestation goals right now. Joy on the journey, right? Not just saying to the universe, this is what I want, but then you saying to the universe, this is what I'm going to do that's going to make every day reaching for that a celebration. Every day is going to be a parade of moving towards that manifestation goal. How can I bring joy into every step as I move towards that? Even in the modality of understanding, right? The modality of allowing oneself to be ready to receive that becomes the activation point, right? Saying to the universe, I'm here I am giving, ready to receive, right? Here I am energetically giving, ready to receive, and I wouldn't have it any other way, because what we find there is becoming the source of our own joy. So I want you to kind of work through that right now, because I can see that it feels, I know how hard it is. Like, I see a lot of this energy around you that kind of feels like it creates that sense of hopelessness. Hope is something that we find within. And the hope that we bring to situations, you become the energetic gift. Allow that force of intention not to be frustrated. Allow it to make you even more than you were before, right? Like, it's saying to me, like, a lot of that work is like really building into perseverance. And I keep on seeing, like, there's something important, and I keep wondering, every time you feel frustrated in terms of how far you've progressed, I want you to sit down and write down how far you've come. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got one spot left today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person that we are reading for today, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 40.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. And yep, Yaz, you are still on the list, dear. Excellent. Particularly on how the effects continue efforts to move into more feminine expression for myself. I keep on hearing, like, one of the things to say right now, Rainbow, is you are the perfect embodiment of feminine every day in every way. Every day in every way. That is not, I keep on hearing, that is not something that you need to arrive to. It's something that you recognize that you're actively embodying. Hi there, Yanette. How are you doing, dear? The gift to get on the list, if you want to give a gift for a question, is the gift of a baby dragon. It's also 3 cards for $29 or more for non-subscribers. The latent state would be the modality by which one feels like one is waiting, right? The active state would be the space by which you say, I'm putting forth what I'm waiting to receive. Yep, giving in the hope of receiving is what I've done most of my life. Moving away from that. Exactly. And that's what I keep on saying, continuing to move away from that, just actively becoming the energy that you hope to see in the world. Not saying that, just sitting back and doing it. Being in creation mode makes sense. Yes, on surrendering. Can have standards and parameters, though, as to what we want. Absolutely. Always. In all things. That emoji was supposed to be a heart. It's hard. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing the emoji. Oh my gosh. That is very delightful. Sorry. I just yeah, that's amazing. I have to let go of the I think it's, yeah, I have to let go of the connection. And here's the thing about it, right? The ability to understand that the connection that you're aspiring for is not going to require convincing, right? The connection that you aspire for is not going to require convincing. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for being here and receiving those messages. Thank you as well, Kay. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Next person we're reading for today is Yaz. If you're here, can you let me know in all and just let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as we wait for Yaz's question, I'm going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Again, we'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm just looking for Yaz question. Thank you for letting me know where it is. Okay. Just bear with me a moment. Got you. Okay. And where did you send it, Yaz? You said you sent it over email? Bird mama lizard dragon. I like that rainbow. That's nice. Just looking. You sent it over email. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I mean, or if you want to post it in the disco, I just don't see it. I don't see, do you know what time you sent it? Because I'm just not seeing it here, dear. Okay. While we wait for that, we are going to continue right now. The next person on the list is going to be Stella. And Stella, I do see the email that you sent. So there's that. So that's good. And yeah, if you could resend it, Yaz, I would appreciate it. All right, and while we wait for Stella's, while we wait, we're going to put a pause on that. And we're going to move to Stella right now. It's a dream interpretation. Okay, dream interpretation. Is this inside tea or outside tea? We're going to keep it up. I like it. Okay. All right. I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. All right. Oh, okay. So yesterday I had a dream. In the dream, I was pregnant and I was 29. It was summer and I was at my grandmother's place. My family and everyone I love was around me. I was pregnant from someone who I had a very painful relationship with in the past. They weren't with me in that dream, but I knew I was receiving a child from them. I was truly happy in that dream, and it was a warm feeling. What does the dream mean? I really don't get it, but I don't feel sad or confused because I felt calm and happy in that dream, and he wasn't around me. Can I get 4 cards, please? And 2 more, please. So everything that the one thing we see in the dream space, and I like to see a dream like this in the context of seeing that you're actively working to energetically heal from a deep trauma that you've been carrying in a relationship that caused a lot of pain a long time ago. Is one of the ways that the guides try to help us heal is by helping us see scenarios or situations by which we've energetically returned to a state of contentment. And what do we identify in the space of this dream? And it's actually very, very interesting. There's something very, very interesting that the guides are doing in this dream that I want to call your attention to. And that is specifically that in the space of the dream, we see you navigating a place of where the higher self could be, right? The guides are effectively showing a higher self version of the self by which you have found that state of energetic stabilization, healing from the karmic wound of a situation or circumstance. There are some very interesting things to note about the particulars of that dream. The first is that you identified that at the time that a trauma occurred to you, you've indicated that at the time that the trauma occurred with this person, that you are 19. And in the space of the dream, you articulated that you're 29. Now, that is very important for the purposes of our dream space because you understand that that is the indication of the fact that an incredibly long amount has passed from the modality by which you effectively met someone to the modality that you find yourself in arriving in the dream space. But it's also important to notate that there are precisely 10 years intervening, right? But 10 is a very important number because 10 is a number of energetic completion. So the modality by which you felt that in the space of the dream, you were seeing a modality by which you'd feel energetically comfortable to close an energetic cycle. And what do we see that's occurring in the space by which you finally feel like an energetic cycle is complete? We find that in the space of that cycle, you yourself are energetically pregnant, right? And not only are you pregnant, but it's the summer and you find yourself surrounded by your family. And not only your immediate family, but you've got different generations of that family surrounding the self because you identified the fact that you articulated that you were at your grandmother's place. Now, you identified that in the space of the dream, the satisfaction was coming because you articulated that, and this is what's a little bit of a mystery here. You identified that you felt that it was the child of that individual that you were carrying. And you said that you felt happy in the dream and there was a warm feeling. The guides are presenting a paradox in the space of the dream here. And you revealed the paradox in the way that you wrote to me about the dream. Because in the space by which you asked me, what does this dream mean? And I want to point this out. You literally gave the answer to the dream in the next sentence that you wrote to me. Because you wrote, I really don't get it, but I don't feel sad or confused. I felt calm and happy. And he wasn't even around me. The modality by which you articulated that the space by which you felt happy, you said it was strange. I felt calm and happy, and they weren't around me, is the modality by which you're recognizing the point by which you are identifying what it would take in the dream space that would potentially bring you to the arrival point that you could heal. And there is a question, right? There is a question that is immediately prompted by the guides in the fact, right? I want you to see all of the points here, okay? Do you see where the healing's coming through? The guides showed you a modality by which you were perfectly content, right? A decade had passed. You were in the summer, right? In the summer place. So you're in a place of joy, right? You're in the space by which you're enjoying the summertime. You've got all of your family around you, right? We've got the time, right? I would not be surprised if you tell me that summer is your favorite season. You got your family there, right? You felt love all around you. So you're in a space of perfect love and you're pregnant. How do you know it's their child? Would the same situation create the same energetic vibration? Because they're not even in the energetic equation, right? They're not even in the energetic equation in the space by which you feel happy. You literally articulate the fact that you say they weren't around you. But what we see, and this is what we identify here, the guides are helping you understand and try to show you that your joy is not energetically contingent to feeling that they need to be a part of it, right? The only modality by which you articulate that something isn't perfect is the fact that they were absent. But then you even said to me in the space of the dream, they weren't even around you. So the guides are effectively trying to show you and say, you don't need them to have that. If that was the energetic aspiration of the manifestation goal, if that is the space by which you're recognizing the dream, that would elicit pure contentment, you don't need to reach for them in order to energetically receive that. So this is the guides that are trying to help facilitate your healing by showing you at a moment of perfect bliss. And they're doing everything possible, right? They're doing everything possible to allow you the context of saying, they're showing you everything about it, being like, everything here can be as at your fingertips. But why do you feel the sense that they need to be the one that had to facilitate it? Bottom of the deck. They weren't even present. Imagine having all of that with someone that desired to be there, right? Imagine having all of that in the modality of someone that wants to be energetically present with you for every moment, right? Not the modality of the energy that makes you feel, right? The modality that makes you feel that you have to navigate that alone. But understanding, and this is what the guides are trying to show you, all of that is potentially at your fingertips with someone who would be energetically overjoyed to have that with you. All you have to do to have that is let go of that pain. All you have to do to facilitate that is let go of that person. And I know how difficult that is, right? The guides recognize the hard part with trauma is if we could let go of it, it wouldn't be trauma. But the guides are effectively trying to come through this space of showing you all of the things that you can do to move you towards the ideal situation by which, right, the only person that's missing is the person that would be actively engaged in experiencing that at the same level of joy as you yourself are experiencing it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got one spot available before the list will be closed. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. I know, here's the thing, Rainbow. When they said they accidentally put the GIF in, I was like, no, that GIF is perfect for Rainbow. I knew as soon as I saw that, I was like, no, like Rainbow's going to love that. Yes, this rising. Now I got it now, yes. Thank you for resending. Thank you as well, Avatar. Sounded like a doorbell that time. Yep, I got you. Weirdest dream of my life, and it wasn't, and it wasn't even painful. But that's the thing about it. That dream could become a reality. The guides are saying, like, look how close that is, right? Like everything in place except for the one thing that you need to do in order to find it. And Jazz, thank you for the follow. I had everything I wanted and they weren't present. It's like it's the opposite. It's the opposite of it's an opposite of a shadow work dream. It's a dream to help you identify the location of your bliss. And thank you as well. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list right now is Yaz. I've got your question coming through. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Thank you as well, Robert, for receiving these messages as well. And we are also at 42.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And there is one spot left on the list today. All right. And Yaz, is this inside T or outside T? It's inside T. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm going to need a moment. I got it, dear. And I'm also going to pin up Yaz. Make sure to give Yaz some love. I need a minute. There's a lot to absorb here, so just give me 1 second. Please hold. Mhm. Mhm. Yep. Okay. 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 Mhm. Oh. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. I got it. Thank you, dear. And thank you so much for the care and consideration that you put. And I got to describe this here. I can't wait to do this reading for you. 4 cards. You got artisanal energy. You can't. Oh, I'm sorry, because I just want to show you. And I just I want to show you that when I first drew this card, like when I first went to draw your cards, this was the first card that came up. And then the second card I drew, it's artisanal energy. You can't rush an artisan. You can't rush an artisan. Good things come to those who wait. Your gift, and I need to stress this to you. You literally just said to me, you're not good at doing things. You just sent me a beautiful paragraph, an incredible paragraph by which you energetically summarized a whole expanse of emotions in the concentrated weight of one paragraph, like the amount that you were able to convey, even though there was a lot of it, right? It was absolutely beautiful how you conveyed it. The hard part is artisanal energy is not appreciated in a society that demands output. And I want you to write that down. Artisanal energy does not feel supported in a culture that prioritizes output, which is the energy that says, I don't care how well you do it, I just want it done. And unfortunately, we lose, right? We lose something beautiful in the space by which we feel that we have to rush through things. And I just keep on getting the hard part about it is it's very connected to your past life. Because in the past life, I keep on seeing you are literally celebrated for something in that way. I see in the past life you are doing something that would take like 10 years, but when it was done, it was exquisite. And the hard part is, and this is what we talk about with like working through energetic frequencies, this is not a great time to be an artisan. This is what we lose in the space of demanding output instead of quality. And I keep on getting quality. There's something important. I would not be surprised if you thrive in situations or circumstances by which quality is recognized versus quantity. Because everything I keep on seeing in relationality to you, if the modality by which you do something and you prioritize exquisite, if you're given enough time to do it, It's absolutely magnificent. But the problem is, again, I keep on seeing that you're trying to survive. You've got a lot of that vibration, and you're trying to survive in a bunch of energy that goes on the double, on the double. Okay, do it now, but do it faster. There are some things that cannot be done faster. You lose something, right? You lose something integral in the space by which you can't be energetically patient, because the modality by which you have to be energetically rapid, like I keep on seeing, it feels like it goes against the very fiber of your being, is what I keep on, like it's the modality by which it feels like it goes against the fiber of your being, because it's you saying that what's the point of doing something if you don't do it exquisitely? And I think that's, I mean, the hard part about that is, and I think that you kind of define this. You said it's not the fact that there aren't things in school by which you outperformed others, right? And I would not be surprised if you told me the context of the space by which you surpass others is the space that allows for that variance point in you being able to do your gift, but also doing your gift well. And the hard part about what we experience now is we don't build into the curation in saying, hey, like this is not the space for you. You should be over here. You do good. You do good in a conservancy, right? You do good in a space by which somebody says, this is what you have to do. This is the time that you have to do it. I leave it up to you to determine how and what and when you do it, but make sure that it's effectively energetically got done. Because I would not be surprised as soon, like the hard part with energy like this, and I love this, the minute you take the restrictions off in terms of how to get something done, you blow the expectations out of the water. The minute someone stops trying to stick training wheels on you is the minute that you break, I keep wondering, the minute that you break the possibilities of what they can expect. But the hard part about this is it literally feels like, I feel like somebody's looking at your energy and they're trying to stick training wheels on it, and then they're getting hard on you because you're not taking all the steps in the process of trying to do something exquisite. And I know it's hard, but I keep on getting energy like yours suffers the most, because I keep on seeing a lot of the things that you often get, that I keep on saying it's not you cutting the corners. It's you arriving to the destination before anyone else has put their shoes on, is what I keep on hearing. So I think that there's something important in relationality to what you're doing, in helping another person understand your process. And the modality by which you may have to say to someone, I don't deliver well under finite deliverables, but I excel in the space by which you give me the amplification of doing something so that I can show you, like I keep on hearing, like working through, helping another see what you see. The best thing that you can do when you're in energy like this, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is going to improve the more that you're able to show others what you can do. Create the output. Create the output first. Show another person what you can do. And when they say, that's amazing, be like, this is what I need to do it. Because everything I keep on seeing that's happening with you is in the space of navigating others' process, you're always going to feel like you're behind. In the space of navigating the process, because again, I keep on seeing if that process for you feels trite or unnecessary, it's always going to feel like pulling teeth, because I feel like it's a space by which you recognize that it's not something that you yourself have to do, right? It feels more like you navigating a control issue in relationality to others trying to control how you do something. So the modality by which you're able to effectively get some autonomy there, the modality by which another person, this usually gets easier the older you, like you'll grow into this, is what I keep on getting. The more that you allow someone to understand and recognize that you've been navigating in a professional way this whole time, the bright side is professional environments are going to be more adaptable for you, right? Because it's not, I keep wondering, it's not going to feel like you're trying to just keep up with another person's unnecessary timeline. but a place that values and appreciates you and says, I know that you know what you need to do. And I know that you're responsible in how you do it. And I'm not going to be too particular in the way you do it. That is going to be the place where you're going to start blowing everyone's minds. Try to get to that place sooner rather than later. This is a locational issue. And I know it's hard because I can see this, like the modality by which you feel like you're the ugly duckling, you will become that swan. But the hard part about it is, yeah, right? You're going through a lot of control issues in relationality to another person wanting you to do something the way that they want you to do it. Right? I didn't say to do it that way. I said to do it my way. Right? The modality of navigating another person that tries to articulate to you the way that you do something, you're always going to energetically suffer. You've got some old soul energy here. This happens a lot with old souls. This happens a lot with old souls. I see this a lot with old soul energy. It's a big problem. Someone being like, no, you have to do it the way that I tell you to do it. Being like, okay. Right? Like someone splitting hairs while you're working on doing something that's about to like doing something incredible. Yeah. You can't blow someone's mind when they're obsessed with you coloring between the lines. Right? It's gonna feel like that, like the whole time until you get to the space by which another person trusts you to show you what you're capable of, is what I keep on saying. And there may be something that you like. Healthy energy will help you, and that's why I said show them what you can do. Create that thing without restrictions, and then show it to someone. And then when they go, how did you do that? Be like, this is what I need to get there. This is the environment I need to do that again. This is how I do it. Because it's not the space of you fitting in. It's understanding, right? It's recognizing a place that wants to see you succeed and is not as concerned with you navigating their own deliverables or their own energetic benchmarks. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And can you see all, I just want to point out, did you see all of the wand energy around this? Right? Like that's the hard part with this. Artisan energy always is like has to navigate like the space of being like, but you didn't do it the way I told you to do. Like who, you know, you didn't do it. You didn't follow the instructions. You threw the instructions out the window. Yeah. Because you had a better way of doing it. Like that's what the artisan says. Like I don't need the instructions. I know what I'm doing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. You'll do very well. You will do very well when you find other artisan energy, somebody that you really feel like you can learn from, right? You'll be like, how did you do that? Right? Like that is the type of energy that that will be a good teacher for you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one spot available before the list will be closed today. I want to make sure that we have time for one cards, and we are pushing up against my time frame today. So I just want to ask, I've got Ava on the list, and Ivana, thank you for getting on the list too. I want to ask who would be available, if it's possible, who would be available to get on the list for tomorrow. Anyone who gets on the list for tomorrow will also have an additional card in their reading. I would like to be able to just make sure, I think I can do one more reading. Yep, absolutely. The list is closed today, Joyce, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you'll have an additional card in your reading. And thank you for those heart me, Sonia. So I wanted to ask Ivana. I want to ask Ivana, Ava, or Tempest. Thank you for confirming that you can wait tomorrow. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I'm also going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was doing that reading. And thank you for the follow. Connected, thank you for the follow. Excellent. I got it, dear. And we're about to get started on one card's avatar. Yeah, it feels like having to stick training wheels when I feel I can do, like, this is an old soul issue. It's going to feel like that until someone just lets you do it the way you want to do it. I know it's hard. Like when you're young, it's like when I see energy like this, like it'll be easier as you maturate, right? Because I see that you're hitting up against a lot of big egos on the way, right? I wouldn't be surprised if someone's told you that you have an attitude problem, but you don't have an attitude problem. You're just not doing something the way that they want you to do it. Yeah, a locational issue does make sense. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't see the point of doing it a way that feels unpurposeful. And that's the thing about it. It feels like you're going through the space of someone making you take a bunch of unnecessary steps. And thank you again for the follow, Joyce. Yes, let me cook. It's really that, like, that's what that's the hard part when I see that many wands energy being like, are you kidding me? Like, just let that, like, let them do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Excellent. And thank you as well, Tempest. Excellent. All right, my friends. I appreciate that. We're going to continue right now. Guys, we're also at 49K. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Excellent. All right, perfect. Okay, so it sounds to me, so if I'm reading this correctly, let me just double check. It sounds to me that we are, Ava, you need to have your reading today. So thank you guys so much. So it sounds like Tempest, who is the end of, like we've got, I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. Okay, thank you. So thank you, Ivana and Tempest. I'll put you on the hold list for tomorrow. You'll be the first individuals read for. And Ava, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? We also got to 50K. Ava, hold that. I am currently thinking of a number right now. Thank you for confirming where it is. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 37. First person I see that posts the number will get the free reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Ivana, congratulations. Well done. You got that yesterday. You're on a roll. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. In the meantime, let me just pull up Ava's question. Inside tea. Just bear with me a moment as I read over. Yep. I'm going to pin up. What if you said it was a fake number? Oh my God, Nikki. Nikki, you delight me. That's very funny. But it also, hold on a minute. I'm going to pin up Ava here. Guys, make sure you give Ava some love. Oh my goodness. Yeah. 4. Sigh. Oh, man. You sure you want this reading? So the thing with non-attachment, the thing with non-attachment that you have to recognize, you're probably asking yourself right now, you're probably asking yourself right now. I mean, you answered your own question. You realize you've diagnosed the problem, right? You've diagnosed the problem perfectly, right? I want you to recognize that you're working through the space by which you trust your intuition, right? And you just recognize the problem, right? If they're in the exact same energy, if they're in the exact same energy as you, and we can't miss anything that's for you, how's that going to happen? Right? I'll wait. I'll wait. Not, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We're all holding the tea on that, aren't we? Right? That's a real conundrum you got there. It's a real energetic conundrum. If you recognize, if you feel like you can trust your intuition on that, and you recognize that you're in the same modality, like if you are recognizing that they're navigating the same feeling of awkwardness, if they're navigating the same potential energetic fear of overstepping, what do we energetically do about a problem like that? Right? And again, it's interesting too because it's fun. It's like I really like this guy. I really like this guide. I really like this guide that's working with you because the guide is very sardonic. The guide is very sardonic. Like the guide is very sardonic in relationality to kind of working through something and being like, yeah, somebody should do something about that. Is what I keep on seeing. Like I literally see the guy just kind of sitting in the background holding a cup of tea and being like, yeah, I wonder somebody should do something about that. Somebody should do something. That seems like somebody should do something about that. Universe, like I see the guy going like, universe, somebody should do something about the fact that you're recognizing that you and another person are probably in the same space of navigating the fact that you both don't want to make it awkward. It seems like a shame. It's never happened before. I feel like I think that there's something to recognize in relationality to this. And I like to point out, and I think that what's interesting and like getting into a space of seriousness, right? Getting into a space of seriousness. And this is what we talk about with true non-attachment, right? Everything that we said in the previous reading that I articulated previously, right? Non-attachment. Non-attachment is letting go of what we expect to find on the other side. It's working into the space of feeling energetically satisfied with the point of energy that we put towards something, right? I'm going to say it again. Non-attachment is not about not caring what is happening. Non-attachment is feeling energetically satisfied with the energy that we put into setting our sails towards a direction that we hope and aspire something to go. That's all I keep on seeing. That's all I keep on hearing from the guide. Non-attachment does not mean not caring or waiting for something to happen. It's feeling the modality of feeling energetically satisfied after a day and saying, I did everything I could to move that in the direction that I aspire it to go, but not a step further, right? That's what non-attachment means. It's not working to the non-attachment of not caring about things. It's the non-attachment of not caring what happens, but feeling energetically satisfied with the amount of energy that we put towards it in the hope of what we hope to occur, to energetically occur. So I feel like the message upon it, and I can see this guide, like I can see this guide working with you and being like, it's frustrating. I can hear the guide going, it's frustrating, isn't it? You see the energy going, it's frustrating, isn't it? Like I see the energy like working through the context of being like, I'm sure you're feeling a little energetically frustrated. Who's going to do something about that? Who's going to do? I keep on hearing them. I keep on hearing them go. They're going, who's going to do something about that? Right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's awkward, right? And I feel like there's something to be recognized. They're saying, how is that invasive energy? Right? I feel like they're trying to show you something in relationality to the karmic space of what the invasive, I don't know why I keep on hearing the invasive energy that you are healing from, that often effectively overwhelmed you in the modality of effectively articulating. You know, it's interesting because I'm getting a lot of messages as coming through in relationality to karmic healing that have to do about working through. I keep hearing the anxiety of being an icebreaker, right? The anxiety of being an icebreaker. It's always uncomfortable, right? It's always uncomfortable breaking ice because we don't know what we're going to find on the other side. But if we don't break ice, right, everything stays frozen. I feel like you need to write that down. If we don't break ice, everything stays frozen. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And I feel like there's something about that that is also important in relationality, some of the other energy that you're navigating there. I feel like there's something about that, just making sure that you write that down, because I feel like I feel like there's something about that is being worked through while you're there. Thank you again, dear. Excellent. Not the inside tea, reading clearly laden with tea. Yes, exactly. We do it and tell everyone. Yes. Somebody, anybody. Yep. Absolutely. Letting go of outcomes. Prepare, don't predict. Exactly. Prepare, don't predict. I love that. Prepare, don't predict. Hi there, Masa. How you doing today? If we don't break ice, everything stays frozen. That's all I kept on hearing that reading. Tap to claim. And thank you for those heart me's channeling. So good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Guys, make sure to give love to channeling as well. Beautiful reader. Yes, but how would we even, yep. Mm-hmm. Well, like that's what, again, you're articulating, right? I've got a guide going, that sounds like quite, like, I feel like it's the modality by which the guide is saying, like, that sounds like it's quite a pickle, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know who that is, but thank you, 81. Excellent. I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot, Nikki. All right, my friends. So we're going to move into, and so that's what I keep on hearing. And this is what I keep on getting. Again, Ava, like in seriousness, like, because I know, like, the thing is, like, the guide is very sardonic. So I know it gets very sardonic when I'm reading for them. But again, like I said, I just keep on hearing the same message. Non-attachment means we let go of expectation, but we also do everything we can to move something in the direction that we aspire to go, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that is like, ask yourself how you can facilitate doing that. And thank you again, dear. Ooh, you started posting it in the disco. I can't wait to see it, dear. Thank you. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now, friends. We are getting to, we're doing 1-card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments now. If you are a subscriber who would like an animal spirit guide card, please make sure that you're recharging your heart knees. If you would like to become a subscriber, your super fan status will make you eligible for a free reading today. So make sure that you're doing that as well. All right. I got you, Ivana. 2 cards, please. Spirit guide, advice. Yep. Oh, transfers. I feel like, again, I keep on hearing, like, the guides are directing your attention backwards because they're trying to give you a sense of their perspective on things. Is all I keep on hearing. Like, I've almost got like this energetic head crane that's happening, and someone like making you look at something from the past. And I keep on hearing they're not doing that, right? They're not doing that because they feel like, they're not doing that to bring back an unpleasant experience. I feel like they're trying to do that to show you, like, upon something in the past, to allow you to heal from it even more in relationality to bottom of the deck. Yeah. What was in your power to change versus what it was that you were energetically experiencing. There's a lot of, like I told you, remember, it keeps on going back to that dream where you saw the higher self leaving with a version of the self. And where was the higher self going? They were going back to the past, going, I want to show you a few things that you might have missed in the context of experiencing them. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the otter energy, right? I like to point out there's the modalities of healing that we experience by which we say, I didn't have a right to feel like that, versus sometimes we look back and being like, oh, I should have felt like that way more, right? Like, it's like almost like I feel like there's that kind of process that's helping you in relationality to identifying like what it is that you're working on doing better, versus, like, I keep on hearing, like, helping you see like the full expanse of some kind of ridiculous that you were going through. 1 card regarding purpose for Chrissy, please. I feel like this is a good time to do some work in trying to connect with the higher self in relationality to what that is, because I feel like I see you kind of like navigating like some of this rut energy, or feeling like there's that energetic blockage. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Fool card. Make sure that you're building into like connecting with the higher purpose, but not just building into the higher purpose, like not feeling overwhelmed by a higher purpose, but taking, I keep hearing, taking proportional steps each day in a positive right direction. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the dog energy. I keep on hearing healthy energy is not going to require you to prove yourself. Healthy energy, and I feel like there's something important in relationality to you doing that work. Like, there is something about proving yourself that you can do something, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, there's something to be said in relationality to consistency and purpose that creates like deep lasting change, right? And so I feel like this is a lot of energy that feels like it's focused on committing yourself to that path work in relationality to what you're trying to change within like within your own, I keep on hearing like within your own day to day is what I keep on seeing. Sonia, 500, I'm going to ask that you please don't post non sequiturs in the chat. It's not polite to those trying to communicate. Thank you. Oh no. I'm like, oh no. I'm like, why am I seeing? Oh no, we got a Leviticus. Leviticus! I saw that. You know, it's funny, Bridget. I saw that before I saw anything else. Again, I just want to point out, Richard, if you're talking about the book that you're worried about, Yeshua literally used to use divination all the time. He used it to save Mary Magdalene. If you have a book that you return to for inspiration to move through your day, you're also practicing divination. That's called bibliomancy. So you're welcome to stay here. There's obviously something that drew you forth here that you feel that you need. I got simple rules. You're kind to others and you don't judge. We don't judge each other here. We operate from a state of love. If you can do that, you can stay. Thank you so much for being respectful and honoring the sanctuary. Where are we? Yes, Ava, I'm already cringing at the thought. I knew you, I told you, I didn't know if you wanted the reading. I told you, I'm like, are you sure you want this reading? Sonia, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like I see some positive energy around you. You know, and it feels like the type of energy that's helping you recognize just how, like, I keep on hearing energy that cares about us doesn't make us feel like we need to prove that we're energetically special. It's the energy that just honors us because they recognize us for, they often see us in ways that feel like they're energetically unreal. But yeah, maybe they're seeing you with perfect clarity. You know, I feel like I see you doing a lot of work. And I want to point this out. Unhealthy energy is working to break the context. Like there's some really toxic energy that we see that is being alleviated, which says if you care about someone, don't let them know you care about them. Like that is literally the sound of the bar being dropped. You see that being dropped to the floor, right? Like the modality by which another person, like this is why we don't get into the context of saying like, oh, they're just doing that because they've got strong feelings. It doesn't make it okay, right? We do the work to tell each other how we feel so that we don't have to pick up the pieces in someone's chaos to try to find the love there, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the swan, right? Healthy energy is not going to require you to have to pick up the pieces to find the love in another person picking you apart. Healthy energy just articulates how much you care, how much they care about you. One card on partnership for Nikki, please. I feel like this is you, like, I keep on hearing, like a love that breaks the template is what I keep on hearing, right? Like, I feel like there's something about you and another person focusing on that. A love that breaks the template, which is not the modality by which you say I've been hurt before, but saying I want you to entertain the possibility that you've never met anyone like me before, right? When we break the template, we surpass each other's expectations because we don't work into the space of feeling the anxiety in relationality to how we feel, but the aspiration of where we desire to go. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly with that 9 of Swords in its reversal, I just keep on seeing like there's a lot of trauma there. I feel like you and another person carry a lot of trauma in relationality to someone not being honest with you. And I keep on hearing the gift of honesty. Like the gift of honesty, every time we take that leap of faith and we're honest with each other, the love gets even stronger, right? And it often feels like those modalities by which, and the only way we find that is if we're vulnerable with each other, right? Avatar, one card, highest priority, please. You got 2 cards coming out. And this feels like, I feel like this is you, like your discernment, like your job is not, I keep on hearing somebody, like this is why when somebody says, I was just joking, you know the difference. You know the difference between somebody joking and someone testing boundaries. And the way you can usually tell when someone's testing boundaries is they'll say a joke, but they're not laughing until after they realize that you're energetically offended, right? Be conscientious, right? Be conscientious of someone that articulates as a joke when there wasn't any laughter attached to it, right? It's only funny. It was only a joke if it offended you, right? Like that type of energy. Yeah. Bottom of the deck. The difference between someone testing the waters versus someone actually being funny is the energy that says, yeah, it was, oh, you can't take, I was just joking. Clearly, yeah, it was very funny, right? Like the modality by which another person tries to articulate, like don't be swayed by someone who's constantly testing the waters to see how another person navigates something that they said. And then when you get offended, goes, I was just joking, being like, no, you weren't. Because when you're joking and you say something, you laugh when you say it, right? The modality of someone saying something, I keep on hearing the stone-faced that then articulates and identifies and says, oh, I was joking, in the modality by which they recognize, they look for the mortification on the face of another to articulate the direction as to whether what they said was a joke or not. I keep wondering, you can tell the difference between energy that is joking versus energy that's testing, right? Melissa, one card, general, please. Let the hurdle become the ladder. Let the hurdle become the ladder. All I keep on hearing on this. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the crane, right? Something about incorporating a hurdle and being like, oh, and then I encountered this hurdle, right? Like not working into the space of ignoring the hurdle, but just I keep wondering, like bringing the energetic hurdle into the light of day, right? The modality by which we articulate and say, oh, look, here's that hurdle. Seems kind of strange that it's there. I keep on hearing, allow the hurdle to become a ladder, which is the modality by which you say, oh, I don't like the modality which you say to somebody, like, oh, it's strange, like, like helping to identify and recognize where the hurdle is by allowing the space by which you're able to identify that you can do something better in the context of having experienced it, is what I keep on hearing. Minnie, one card on what's new over the next 6 months. Transverse. This actually feels like something from the past coming back to you, It's giving me some energy that may be apologizing for the time it's taken for them to get back to you on something, Yeah, like it says to me, like, it's almost like I keep on hearing big things, like I keep on hearing big ships take time to turn, is all I keep on hearing. I don't know why I keep on hearing it. Big ships take time to turn, which is the modality by which there's a lot of gears or something around something. Like we think something's like dead in the water, and another person's like, oh, sorry, it took a minute. There's been a lot going on, is what I keep on saying. Yeah, the modality of like, this is like why I keep on hearing, like, we allow the context of patience paying off. We don't get offended in the time it takes for another person. I keep wondering, especially if there's a lot going on. So I feel like there's something about you reminding someone or getting back to someone or being patient in relationality to giving someone a gentle reminder is what I see. Don't assume. I keep wondering, like, don't get frustrated, just be patient. That's what you were doing in your dreams. Oh, you were moving your head like that. Looking back, thank you for confirmation. Hannah, one card, highest priority, please. This is saying to me, travel, communication, a good time to make plans right now. Yeah, don't procrastinate on those plans. Do it now, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, it's saying no waiting until the last minute on something. Get ahead of yourself. Yeah, I should have felt way more. Thank you. Nikki. All right. One moment, please. Hi, Esteban. Good to see you, dear. Exactly. Oh, I'm so grateful for you as well. Thank you for being a part of this collective. Thank you, everyone who's a part of this collective. Yes. I got you channeling. One card, spirit led, please. All you can do is everything that you can do, right? A little bit every day goes a long way, right? You're never letting spirit down if you're moving things in the right direction. Yeah, Crane. A little bit every day goes a long way. Don't be hard on yourself in terms of feeling like you're trying to do better. Just you only have to compete with one person, and that's a person that you were yesterday. And thank you guys for supporting each other. Who I like to ask, could you explain that joke to me? Maybe I missed the humor. I like that, Rainbow. Yes. So funny. Every time I'm supposed to get two cards and I ask for one, two pop out anyway. I hope you have a beautiful day, Ivana. Excellent. Excellent. All right, friends. Final call for anyone who has not had a card pulled today. Big ships also have the right way in the water. Yep. One card for Esteban, please. Ooh, Cyrano. Highest priority, please, for Esteban. We don't let go of things when it's important, you know? And I keep on seeing, like, working towards, there's nothing greater than working towards balance restored, right? It's not, yeah, balance is not looking around. Balance is found within, right? We serve each other in that space. We don't articulate upon the fact that we don't see it. Yeah, we don't search for it. We embody it. So I feel like that's the work I see you're doing, and continue to do so. Yeah, as one card and further details on the past life. That's a lot to ask for a one card. Yeah, like, and we could always read into that on a deeper reading, but I feel like there's something about the past. You were in some kind of experience where energy celebrated, like you weren't in a rush space. Somebody saying like you take all the time you need. Yeah, even in the space of someone like defending you and not letting another person rush a process, right? I keep on hearing someone say it takes the time it takes if you want, yeah, if you want it to be perfect. You know, I almost see energy saying like, do you want more time? You know, like the space by which another person, you literally were trained. I keep on hearing you were literally trained in the past life not to rush a process. That's why it's so hard for you in this life, because it feels counterintuitive to what someone was trying to teach you. Excellent. All right, my friends. The one cards, I'm afraid, Lauren, are for subscriber super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Rainbow, one card of the new energy on the horizon. It's new. And it says new energy. You don't have to energetically prove. You don't have to demand someone reciprocate. It's the energy that is delighted to do so. Bottom of the deck, yeah, six of wands. Be conscientious of someone that always articulates that they're ready to begin again, but then run away when things get intense. Animal spirit guide, yeah, crane, all the way through. Healthy energy is going to want the beginning, but they're also, I keep hearing, healthy energy is going to want the beginning, but they're also going to want the middle with you, right? Not the modality of trying something, but the modality of actively being in the state of receiving it. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. I will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 6 a.m., 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Turning on the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. If you became a subscriber today, I would encourage you to direct message me. And I will send you an invite to the subscriber-only disco channel if you send me a disco gift. You can also message me the word class, and I'll send you a code to our class, which is happening on Thursday. And if you become a super fan, in the perk section, you'll find a very special coupon code that's just for the super fans. And if you'd like to learn more about the trip that we have, the trip will be, you just message me the word trip. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.